Right, there we go, we're back. Thanks for bearing with us, folks. I had the big Windows update the other day, and that seems to have reset all of my settings in Streamlabs, even though I didn't actually tweak any of them, so I don't really know what was going on, but you'll have to excuse me every now and again. I might be mid-sentence and then the mic will get muted. Effectively, I've had like a horrendous COVID for about 10 days. I'm quite chesty and short of breath and stuff still now, but the actual kind of worst bit of it is over, thankfully. And I figured today we'd give it a go. Back in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, of which the atmospherics here in North Finland look superb. And we begin here today with the Fenix A321 Sharklets, who are boarding in progress on the right hand side over there at Finavi's Oulu Airport, located right up in Northern Finland. And this is a scenery that's created by M'M Simulations, priced at about £15 UK money. So we'll have a little mooch about the airport before we venture off towards Manchester, our destination for today, and we will see how this MSFS 2024 handles things like the amber weather warnings in place currently over in Manchester. So I mean, yeah, it looks pretty good, doesn't it, from the outside? It's a very small kind of pointless airport. There's only a couple of charter routes that actually operate here in real life, and similarly with that then also hops to Finland's Helsinki and back. But beyond that, there's not much else kind of to do here at Oulu, which does begs the question: do you need to pay £15 for a scenery so remote? I'm not so sure this day and age. But again, the details and the depth of kind of texturing and everything is quite nice. Nevertheless, the Oulu Cafe. Everybody wants to go there. There is a control tower as well with a interior. And you can see like custom snow decals. Some of it's a bit messy, as you can see. Not the greatest there. But all of the apron, everything, all that kind of stuff is actually pretty good. I'm getting a little bit of blurriness on it today. But custom jetties. And the textures around the apron area with snow look a lot better than they do on the landside section. So that's quite nice. It is literally this for an airport. It is tiny. With a nice long runway. But nevertheless. Funnily enough, MPS Gaming says he gave it a 3 star. So did somebody on Contrail's web shop, for what it's worth. I think the detail that's included here is very nice, as you can see. There is a custom GSX profile available on flightsim.to that you can grab as well, which we've got that for today. I don't think this is necessarily sort of 3-star level. I think this is maybe sort of 4-star level. But the problem is it's so remote. Do you need airports like this? Unless you're maybe Finnish and you want to fly those busy domestic routes to and from Helsinki. It does make you wonder what the kind of point is of this airport. I mean, there's the routes. That's effectively all they get all day. Helsinki, 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 Helsinki. Helsinki, Helsinki. So it doesn't leave much for the imagination of people. But in any case, it does look good. It looks quite nice, doesn't it? There's not much else to see. A couple of flickering textures, and then we bop out to the apron. That GSX profile had the kind of custom walkway, so we had all the passengers walking out the terminal towards the aircraft. There she is on stand. And there's that control tower as well. It's got a basic interior, nothing amazing. But what's nice is, yeah, this is darkness now. It's, what is it now? 12:30 noon UK times. Add 2 hours, and their local time. And it's already kind of now going into this dusk, isn't it? And Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 doing a really superb job of all of the colours and the atmospherics in comparison to its predecessor. All the links are in the description, by the way, if you do want to get your hands on this. Badger, welcome. MPS Gaming, good afternoon. Dercy2. Grant, good to see you, matey. Lazaros Kalispera. Doc, welcome to you as well. Ian says Barton, good evening. Jay, good morning to you as well. And Mikhail, welcome. Grant says he's installed the freeware. There is a freeware Oulu Airport, isn't there? I haven't checked it out though to draw any comparisons. I'm looking forward to getting into this though, knowing that we've just been in the FS Labs A321, because that's a little bit, it's just a bit half-baked. It just doesn't feel finished, does it? I hate the controls in this ruddy simulator. They are so crap. They've just reset themselves for some reason. You can't win in this sim, can you? It just, nothing makes sense in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Just give me some bloody drone camera. Honestly. How can a Sobo get it so messy? We just want consistency, don't we? We just want an effortless transition from 2020 to 2024, and they couldn't even give us that. I find it so bloody frustrating. Ashley, good afternoon. Don't know if my frustration comes across. The thing is, I want to really like MSFS 2024. I mean, look at it. It does look superb, but look how twitchy the mouse. There's no rhyme or reason behind the twitchiness of the mouse. But we do have GSX integration. Atmospherics look good. And yeah, the terminal building from here looks very, very nice, doesn't it, to be fair. Oh, crikey, Peter. Welcome. Sorry to hear that, mate. Hopefully you recover fairly soon. We'll fire the APU up. And I'll do another refresh of the meta for you guys in the live chat, so you can see the weather here at Oulu. Aircraft loaded. So we've done most of our kind of pre-flight prep already. Load ship final. I suppose it's dry. Flap config optimal. Packs will be on. Minus 21 degrees for the weather. And it's calculated that for us here with the Fenix performance calculations. I've never trusted these, so I've made that very clear myself. So I'm going to now run the data through the performance calculators on SimBrief. I'm just in the process of maybe doing like a bit of a split screen, just so you guys can see the difference. Kilos, blah, yeah. Turn that to real money. Disable the improved climb. Bosh. What have we got? So, flap setting also for 2. Slightly different V speeds. Slightly lower in SimBrief. They're not welcome. And assumed temperature 45 instead of 54 on the Fenix calculator. And it's showing us that. So we're going to go with that one instead. I'm going to click send to MCTU though from that, because it's going to put most of the data in for us, which is rather nice. We need to pop that stuff in as well. So yeah, it's not just you, Martin, saying there, I thought twitchy cockpit cam with the mouse was just me, but apparently not. No, it's loads of us, and it's so frustrating, isn't it? Well, where are we? So 26, so 73.2. The COVID thing that I had over the last few days has been particularly weird. It's one that I've not experienced being that unwell for so long. and it was basically like 4 days effectively just stuck in bed, not able to do very much. It was quite odd. Makes it a bit difficult with the puppy in the house as well, no doubt, as I'm sure you guys can imagine. But if I did anything more than kind of walk down the stairs a little bit, I got very blurry, very dizzy, very disorientated. Still got a headache. I've still got that dizziness now as well, for what it's worth. Departures, which is probably why I seem a bit disjointed today, because I do feel quite aloof. And we're now, what, day 7, day 8, I think, maybe longer than that. And I still haven't completely kind of bounced back, which is so strange. And I can't seem to shake the cough. The cough, the headaches, the dizziness, kind of... I've described it as feeling sort of drunk-like as well. That's probably the best way I could describe it to people. Right, let's have a look at our charts for today. So here at Oulu, runway 30, so short taxi to Echo, runway 30 for the departure. 2,500 meter runway. From there, heading outbound, max 200 knots to Oulu 365. Runway heading a 289er. And then from there, turning 240 degrees to Zevap. And then we're off and away towards Blighty. Heading over this big kind of... well, it's a bit of sea actually, isn't it, that? Into Swedish airspace, then routing over Bergen as well. Bergen might be a bit further. Yeah, Bergen's further north, in fact, so that's Solar Airport. Routing over that, and then the North Sea, before heading in over Newcastle, I think it is, down towards Manchester. It's about 3 hours block time for today. Nice and easy. No initial climb that's published on the charts. It's immediately visible, but the transition level is 5,000. So with that, we will set 5 on the box initially. I've got the WinWing FCU and EFIS fired up today. We got ATIS, so what have we got? 21.3. Let's just have a quick change to him. As Ashley says there, if we change runway, it's going to be a slightly different departure. I don't know if this controller is about to know how aloof I am and what's about to hit him.
Correction, Swiss 23 Golf, stand by for clearance number 1.
So we go flight plan,
226, push and start approved, runway
12,
995.
Zeva 5 Alpha, insert temporary. Just have to recheck our takeoff data, which also means rerunning the sim brief data as well. It's actually suggesting flap 1 for us now on sim brief.
Breeze 150 direct olema. Direct ROBEM breeze 150.
Okay, so right, we're going to go for
Control, hello,
plan.
Clipper 1975 at stand 15 A300, looking for IFR clearance to Manchester, information Bravo.
Hello, Clipper 1975, stand by, clearance number 2. Swiss 23 Golf, ready, are you ready to copy?
Yes, ready to copy, Swiss 23 Golf.
Swiss 23 Golf, cleared to
alrighty.
Zurich, runway 22 left. Fox 4 Foxtrot, correction. Cleared Zurich, runway 22 right. Fox 4 November departure. Climb 4,000 feet.
So engine fan heating. There's a toggleable option here.
Departure, runway
but I don't think we have it actually functioning in MSFS2020.
Switch to takeoff, clear is correct. Clipper 1975, are you ready to copy?
Helsinki
Ready to copy, Clipper
control.
1975.
Due to icing
Clipper
conditions,
1975, cleared to Manchester, runway 12, 5 Alpha departure. Climb, flight about 340, squawk.
Lisa, sounds like what I've got. Yeah, it was
3417.
horrendous. Just you got to drink loads of
Clip
water.
Manchester,
Even now,
runway
I'm not
12
great.
by the 75 Alpha departure. Climb flight level 340.
Those two says he had COVID about 5 months ago. It was the sickest he thinks he's ever felt, so you can
1975.
understand what it was.
Clipper 1975.
We're pushing it today because I'm not 100%. I'm about 75% brain power.
Via Zulu and Alpha Delta.
Departure checks completed.
10-215 via Zulu and Alpha Delta, you're into 3 Papa. Xavier 251, ready for taxi.
Chuffineck, I can't get in.
Transavia 251, taxi holding point Alpha.
Taxi holding point Alpha, Xavier 251.
Locking gear.
Helsinki Control, good afternoon. Osprey 165, sound standard Oulu A321 with information Bravo. Request clearance to Manchester, please.
Good afternoon. Osprey 165, Helsinki Control, you're cleared to Manchester runway 12, Xevo 5 Alpha departure. Climb flight about 360, squawk 3442.
Cleared Manchester, runway 12, 5 Alpha departure. Climb flight level 360, squawk 3442, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, clear is correct.
Lovely. 3442.
Clipper 1975,
Yuk,
ready for
let's
departure.
pack that on
Then
also.
ready for push and start.
Whoa, that was so
Clipper
fast, it went all the way
1975,
around.
standby. Brake, fin forward out uniform.
Good, good, good.
Climb flight about 360, direct. GOKEP, report altitude passing.
climb flight level 360, direct getter, and forecasting.
Justin, good evening, mate. Was a welcome. Gabe Clark, good to see you.
Thank you. Clipper 1975, push and start approved. Runway 12, QNH.
Alright, so that's all good. Discontinuity
Roger, Clipper push
there.
and
Just
start,
gonna get rid
QNH
of that.
1001, Clipper 1975.
And we've got, just on the charts, just for difference here, folks, quick change of plan. And Osprey 165, fully ready, request push start, please. Out 109 degrees.
Osprey 165, push and start approved. Runway 12, QNH 1001.
Push start approved, runway 12, QNH 1001, Osprey 165.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set. Release parking brakes, please.
Let's go. Right, let's pause the music. Back brake off.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
Nice morning.
Helsinki Control, morjesta, Red Nose 2610, Helsinki stand 24, QNH 100.
It's weird it being this like permanent kind of hue at the moment. It's very nice.
Morjesta,
There's the charts anyway, so 109 and then from 362 109 degrees, then 363 to 0. And then the routing is all the same, and then as it showed on the left there, just while the charts are on your screen, we've got 05 left ready on the arrival into Manchester as well, which actually mentions in the live chat too.
Red Nose 2610, clear as correct. Transavia 251, Alpha line up runway 12.
See how she gets on with the runway start, shall we?
251.
Good old wing walkers from GSX as well.
Ready for push and start with 2 Takeoff.
Cabin crew member closest to you.
Switch to takeoff, push and start approved, facing Northeast, QNH 1003.
It is a nice airport scenery. This it's probably a 4 out of 5 stars. I wouldn't give it 3. I think 4 is pretty reasonable. It's limited massively by the lack of real-world routes, but it is a tiny airport, regional in northern Finland. So it's basically served by Finnair, Helsinki. On A321s and other things for what it's worth.
Runway 21, clear to land, Alpine 902, Charlie Uniform.
Transavia 251, wind is 13 degrees, 2 knots.
It's far up engine 1.
12 clear for
Oh, the
take.
textures look really good.
Runway 12,
Evening,
clear to takeoff,
Mark
Transavia
Shepherd.
251.
ODMIX set.
Helsinki Centre, Ryanair 1727 at gate 13 Oulu, push start.
Ryanair 17.
Yeah, but Clark, you've got to basically bear in mind.
Facing runway 12.
Push and start approved, facing runway 12, Ryanair 1727.
You've got to bear in mind you're flying an Airbus instead of a 737, like the PMDG versus Fenix. So they're entirely different machines in real life. So they don't even remotely operate similar. There's something to bear in mind. So you're going to have to learn how to fly like an Airbus effectively. It's probably the easiest way to explain it. Off goes one pilot.
Climb 4,000 feet, squawk 3403.
Put the wing lights on for now. For icing checks. Pages 1 and 2 look good. Work down the box. Performance page. Up 0.6 is what we want. 0.6. So we can go ground spoilers armed, ignition mode norm, rudder trim reset 0, flaps 1 is the mode that we're using for departure today, transponders set, that's good. Auto rate max, 5,000 on the box, we're going to go cruise to 360.
Good afternoon, Osprey.
Just want to make sure he's in the box.
Helsinki Control. You're cleared to Manchester
That'll
runway
change as we climb.
5 Alpha departure, climb flight level 360, squawk 6552.
Alright, so for the flight controls checks, all left. Interesting.
Osprey 757 November,
All the way back,
squawk 6552.
all the way forwards, and then good check of the old rudder.
Clear is correct.
Transavia 251 at 3,300 for flight level 300.
Transavia 251 red contact. Continue climb flight level 340 direct SUVAR.
We'll continue climb flight level 340 direct to ZUTEP for Transavia 251.
And Osprey 165 request taxi.
Osprey 161, correction 165. Taxi to the Alpha.
Taxi up on Alpha, Osprey 165.
Clipper 1975, ready for taxi.
A little bit of a
Clipper 1975,
longer taxi.
Stand by for taxi to Ryanair on front of you.
Roger, Clipper 1975.
Where does the taxi list pictures off?
Switch to 3 Golf, taxi holder point, 2 Golf.
Better off
Victor Hotel,
actually flying flights with it. Yeah, you could do circuit bashing and all that sort of stuff, Gamer Clark, but at the same time, it's never going to replicate what you want. If you're going to be doing real flights, you need to be able to do lots of different real flights, if that makes sense.
Alpine 92 Charlie uniform, stand by.
Whee! There's a horrible bump.
And ALOTI Charlie Uniform taxi stand 7.
Taxi to stand 7, thank you. Banana to Charlie.
Looks fast. It's only 19 knots.
Bridge 150, leaving my space Unicom 122.8.
Roger, 122.8, for control by Bridge 150.
Honestly, this drone speed stuff is utterly dreadful in the new sim. It just changes its values all the time.
Taxi please, second.
And there's no rhyme nor reason behind it whatsoever, so that you can't apply logic to the numbers and go, okay, well that's that for this reason, because then the next day 36 on rotation will be a entirely different speed. Need to get round to installing Parallel 4.2 Flow Pro into the sim, really. I do love the trees and everything here. It's superb. Look at that. This huge drop there. You want to veer off the runway into that, do you?
Clipper 1975 looks like the aircraft in front of us is disconnected. Can we request taxi once again?
Clipper 1975, of course. Taxi only.
And then just beyond the trees is that
Roger,
beautiful bit of water.
Taxi to holding point Alpha, runway 12 Osprey.
So I'm sure on a clear, crisp day, it's actually a really beautiful place to fly. Bit remote, bit tricky.
Alpha 6 Papa. Push and start approved.
Cabin secure.
Runway 12,
Red nose 2610, Clinic 1003, request push and start. Red nose 2610, push and start.
I wonder if there's a military thing down there.
Northwest QNH is 1003. Facing northwest, push and start approach, red nose 2610.
Nice wigwags. I've seen those before.
Control, hyvää päivää. Finnair 2010 requesting taxi.
They're very snazzy.
Finnair 2010, Helsinki Control. Contact Oulu Tower, actually on 124.4. 124.4. Finnair 2010. Osprey 165, contact Oulu Tower 124.4.
We'll go 1244 for Osprey 165, speak shortly.
Minä 2010 Hell, mikä? Oulu Tower, morjesta. Oliko sulla selvitys jo kunnossa?
Ei ole vielä.
Oulu Tower, good evening, Osprey 165's Alpha, runway 12, ready for departure.
Osprey 165 Helsinki. Never mind, not Helsinki. Oulu Tower, good evening. Line up runway 12.
Line up runway 12, Osprey 165.
Oulu Tower, hello, Clipper 1975.
Okay, takeoff memos, no blue, departure's briefed.
Clipper 1975, Oulu Tower, good evening, hello.
The limitation for today's flight is me being rather unwell still, but we'll get through it. Let's turn the dome light off.
Osprey 757 November, request push and start, please.
Osprey 757 November, stand by for push, show number 1.
Roger that, stand by for push, Osprey 757 November.
And 2010, sorry about that, we did flight DT, request taxi to runway 12.
issue.
Okay, park brake set.
17.
And now we wait.
Runway 1727, all the way, hello, all tower, hello. Taxi to Honey Point Alpha, runway 12.
Taxi to Honey Point Alpha, runway 12.
Hopefully we'll get some nice views on the departure.
Osprey 165, wind 150 degrees, 3 knots, runway 12, clear for takeoff.
Runway 12, clear for takeoff, Osprey 165.
Oulu Tower, hyvää päivää. Finnair 2010 request IFR
Run and
clearance
pan
to
engines for a
Helsinki with
second.
information for...
Finnair 2010, you're cleared to Helsinki, runway 12, MiG no 5
Such great
departure,
sounds.
climb to flight level 370, squawk 0414.
Clear to Helsinki, runway 12, MiG 5 Alpha, climb to flight level 370, squawk 0414.
Yeah, 2010, clearance correct.
Ooh, a very narrow flex D10 all of a sudden. I set that yesterday as well. Speed's alive, power set.
Taxi to Honey Point Alpha, runway 12.
100 knots already. Bumpy runway. Pretty cool actually. V1 rotates, V2. Whee, there's a bit of a ski jump there.
Oulu Tower, Finnair 2010, ready for taxi.
And 3 degrees second up to the flight director's positive rate gear up.
Boarding point Alpha, runway 12, Finnair 2010.
Look at that.
Finnair 6 Papa, give way to company A320 Neo from right onto download.
Oh, now that's superb. Fit, nice.
November, push and start approved, runway 12, QNH is 1001.
Okay, that's cleared.
H1001. Start 3 plus station.
That's normal.
Sleeper 1975, line up runway 12 and wait.
Line up runway 12 and wait, Clipper 1975.
Osprey 165, all radar contact, report altitude passing.
Passing 3,300 feet, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, thank you, clear direct, stay up.
Direct Zivak, Osprey 165. Check weight is an interesting one. I wonder if it's because we've had those weird little issues on the departure. About 61.9. .3
Sleeper 1975, wind 150 degrees, 3 knots, runway 12, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 12, Clipper 1975.
Some very weird behaviours going on with this nowadays. Although this is all experimental in the new simulator, so there's going to be some strange behaviours here and there. Yeah, look, there you go. Still detected severe ice. Let's keep those running for a bit.
Osprey 165, continue direct, SUTEV.
Direct SUTEV, Osprey 165.
Ryanair 1727, via Alpha line up runway 12 and wait.
The superb part of the world to fly around. Look how spectacular the views are. That looks really realistic as well. Let's get landing lights, runway turn off, nose, wing light can come off. See what sign can go off.
Osprey 165, contact Helsinki Control 121.3, bye-bye.
Contact Helsinki 121.3. Thanks EGCC. Happy New Year, Osprey 165. 123. What have we got? SUTEV, isn't it? That's in control. Good afternoon, Osprey 165. Through flight level 100 to 360, direct SUTEV.
Hello again, Osprey 165, Helsinki Control, ready contact.
Yeah, the colours look a lot more natural, Rab, don't they, in this sim? That's my own kind of personal thoughts. It's frustrating. It's seemingly so unstable at the moment. And that seamless transition they promised, as I think might have been Ian earlier in the live chat said, it just doesn't exist, does it? So we were all kind of stuck waiting and hoping that the sim gets updated as quickly as possible, because there are now trickling smidgens of scenery like this that are now becoming made sort of compatible across both sims. But there's only so much space you have on your hard drive. For example, now I've got about 50 gigabytes left on my 1 terabyte NVMe slot storage card thing. Because I've got Microsoft Flight Simulator installed on it, but I've also got MSFS24 installed on it, plus DCS. Now I don't really want to delete DCS, so I know at some point I'm going to have to either remove MSFS2020 or kind of stop installing stuff, because there's no way to simlink across them all. You've got to end up installing the same scenery twice effectively for 2 simulators, and it's really a bit ridiculous. That.
When ready, descent to flight level 100.
Is he going to give it us back? Yeah.
Departure at runway 22 left, when ready, flight level 100, Fenix A321.
I mean, this looks great. I know some of you have made the transition across already to MSFS 2024 complete, which is quite good. I love the confidence.
10,000 for 340 inbound SUVAR.
Hello again, Clipper 1975, Helsinki Control, ready contact.
Those colours are superb.
Line up to the right now, 2610. Cena 1501, Zulu Delta, line up to the left.
Right through Delta, line up runway 22 left, Finder 1501.
Yeah, when BMTG bring their 777s and everything across there, I think that'll probably be the cinch for me to move across properly.
Advisory 122.8, bye-bye.
Roger, monitor Uniform 1. Control, good day. This is Sydney Alpha 5 Alpha Romeo, info Charlie, and trip clearance to
Step by Fenix 5 Alpha ROBEM. Radar 2610, wind and
The build looks good, doesn't it?
Runway to the right, clear for takeoff. Cut 7 to the right, radar 2610. Fenix 1501, wind variable 3 knots, runway.
It is actually, yes, good point. While I've been off ill, actually, we've sailed past 40,000 subscribers, so a massive thank you to all of you, wherever you are in the world, who've been tuning in, watching, racking up the watch hours, hitting like, hitting subscribe, all that stuff, interacting in the comments, in the live chats. Appreciate every one of you guys over the last 4 years. We've slowly kind of built completely based on transparency, unbiased opinion, honesty, truth, all that kind of stuff. No bias, no kind of sponsorships that water down our potential critical reviews of anything. None of that. We built it all naturally based on honest, genuine opinion and feedback from myself in reviews and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I couldn't do it without the help of all of you folks. So a massive thank you to all of you. The toughest thing for me now is going to be making that transition into MSFS 2024.
Descend 3,000 feet, cleared for the others.
And I just need to work out at what point am I happy to delete the old one, which I know works superbly well anyway. So I feel like I should try the career mode of it as well. I don't know. Although it's not the sort of thing that's necessarily catered for folks like me. And I have a good one, mate. Sitting here says he's just landed at Manchester on VATSIM. He's never seen it so busy in 20 years. Crikey. VETSIM, thanks matey for the ETC. Hello from Oulu Airport. Appreciate it. Yeah, career mode is just an arcade mode, but it potentially is probably quite fun. Mark, if you've got the Fenix A320, then I can really highly recommend you buying the Fenix A319 and A321 package, because it is that's where the bar is kind of set with it. Yeah, you could maybe buy the FS Labs A321 that I looked at the other week, but that for the same price as the A320 series doesn't even have a cabin, whereas this has got this wonderfully modelled, superbly detailed cabin. So even in the comparison between the FS Labs and this for me was still by far the winner out of what I would sort of purchase. Dave says, I'm telling you, link your 2020 community folder to 2024 without a link, and you'll go back and forth. That's what I've been doing, works great. The problem though, Jay, that I've got is a lot of the payware sceneries with Contrail and all that. So Contrail have used a different subfolder structure for FS 2024 sceneries.
Descent to 3,500 feet. QNH 992 cleared. ILS approach runway 22. Report. Localizer established.
Okay, clear to the Arnhem Zulu approach runway 22, descent altitude 3,500 feet, QNH 992 hectopascal, report established, Victor Alpha.
Thank you.
Helsinki Centre, good day.
Well, I am, but at the same time, they need to sort out those.
110 and heading direct to DEDIT.
They need to sort out the cabin.
Good afternoon,
And I've had a few comments from people that have basically kind of shouted me down, saying that the lack of cabin shouldn't detract into a negative review, because they are like the ultimate Airbus simulation. And sure, the depth of simulation is really deep with the FS Labs. It's very, very nice. And like I said on the stream, it feels superb to hand fly and everything as well. But for the same price, I would rather compromise on a few little bits of circuit breakers and have an aircraft that actually looks like it's complete. So you can kind of move around, enjoy the cabin views, fiddle around with different things, so you're not just stuck in the flight deck. I think that's so key. Thanks, here to see, and we'll monitor Unicom. Osprey 165, good night. Let's get all that anti-ice system off now. Turning towards that sun. I mean, look at this. This is superb. Yeah, precisely, Ancient Dino. And that was kind of the point that I was trying to make back in response to some of these criticisms and comments. That, yeah, the real aircraft has a cabin attached to it. It is a machine, a huge living and breathing machine. And yes, this is flight sim, but the pilots are not just exclusively stuck to the flight deck, are they? That's the thing. That some of these FS Labs kind of fans have blindly failed to realise. And what I got was, well, just because you want to go and flush the toilet at 37,000 feet in your computer, and all these kind of comments, and they don't really add up to the argument, because this whole aircraft is modelled, whereas the FS Labs has got an exterior skin, nothing inside, and that's really disappointing for 60 odd quid with a aircraft in a brand new modern simulator. Fenix, by contrast, have absolutely smashed it out of the ballpark. I mean, look at that. And yeah, there's nothing to criticise with the Fenix. I had my criticisms to begin with in the early days of it, but my goodness, it's so good. There are issues though, slipperiness and bits of weirdness though with the approach, the feel of the approach at least on this. So we'll have a look at that when we get on the ground at Manchester. We'll see what happens. Can't get over this kind of sunset thing. This is amazing. And there's the METAR in the chat for Manchester. So most of the UK at the moment is under like an amber weather warning for either snow and ice, wind, heavy rain, whatever it might be. There's a whole blend of stuff. And in fact, if I get the Met Office website, this is what the UK is currently under. Big old weather warning, and Manchester falls within this section, kind of bridged. There's Manchester, kind of bridged there. That amber snow warning to a yellow snow and ice warning. It's kind of in between the two. So you can see there the weather warning from the Met Office is heavy snow, some freezing rain in places may cause disruption over the weekend, and then the amber warning. Snow expected to lead to disruption during Sunday across northern England. So that's why we've picked Manchester for today, because it's right on this ridge. We don't really know how Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 or 2024 is going to handle that. So I figured, well, let's dive into 2024 and find out, shall we? That is insane. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, like Ian is saying though, yeah, the Met Office are a bit of a kind of almost like a running joke actually in a way, because they'll set these weather warnings in place without actually thinking about how realistic they are. I don't know. I suppose the forecasts are only ever forecasts. That's what they will turn around and say. But they have been inaccurate before. Engineer says 2020 hasn't handled snow well for him today. There was none settled, then it all appeared, then disappeared after 5 minutes. That's probably going to be the case with 2024 when we arrive. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. We'll find out when we get there. Yeah, but David, you're one of the folks that's made a complete transition across to the new simulator, haven't you? And how have you found it moving across properly all the way from 2020? Have you missed it? Have there been days where you've kind of wished you'd left the other sim installed, or have you just not looked back since? For me, I want the PMDG stuff to be able to move across. Once that's there, I think I fly 737 MAX 8, PMDG 777-300ER and 200 freighter, and then I think I'll just move across. Force myself to adapt to get used to the new sim, all its keybinds, its quirks, all the rest of it. But they're the sort of big things that I'm waiting for more than anything else. Because the lighting like that is just superb. That's like, that is genuinely like real life, isn't it? Look at the glow on the airframe. Mark, I am looking forward to the A350, yeah. Hopefully that's not a million miles away either now. It shouldn't be too much further for a wait for us. But you guys will no doubt probably have it before I do, so you'll have to let me know whenever it does release. You'll have to let me know your initial thoughts before I make my own. Yeah, perhaps Scotland was meant to get hit pretty big. I don't know, Multipilot. Of all the times I've stood in a cabin or in the flight deck serving food and drink and whatever else, and it's been like these kind of times of day, I remember the sun at this altitude being absolutely piercingly bright, like almost like this now. It's so I'd say that's pretty bang on. Yeah, like the way it's kind of coming through the window there as well, actually. I'd say that's very nicely done. They agree? How's the bike, James is asking? Bike's good. I gave it a wash the other day. I thought I'd try and see how much I could push my chest. See how well I've recovered. Properly wiped me out, but I still need to do my chain actually. I just couldn't get around. I couldn't finish the chain to clean it all, degrease it, scrub it, get it nice and clean, dry it, and then re-lube the chain as well. I never got round to doing that. Yeah, I ride through the winter anyway, through salt, whatever, it doesn't bother me. Yeah, I've got a motorbike to ride it, not to garage it for 6 months of a year. And I never really understand those fair weather riders, unless you've got this like a sports bike that would be in weather like this, completely treacherous. My bike could be out in this actually quite happily. Yeah, even just moving it out. Even just moving it out the garage the other day to wash it, because of how weird my head has been post-COVID. Just walking it down the driveway, I almost dropped it about 4 times because my balance is just so messed up at the moment. Very strange. Jake, I've got a Triumph Tiger 900 GT Pro. Rab, I don't know. Genuinely, I do it quite a bit, and I always thought riding in rotten weather would be horrible. And actually, it's just as enjoyable. Probably, if not slightly more fun in its own right. Now, I love riding into summer, going to work, and it'll be like beautiful, nice 20 degrees, still winds, all that kind of stuff. That's just superb. I love all of that sort of thing. But having that challenge of like thick fog or whatever else, like I had riding home the other week, yes, that's great fun. But if the bike can handle it, it's just a question of the rider ability. But, well, yeah, there is that, Rab. I suppose your weather system up there in Scotland is quite different. Yeah, on my bike, I seem to be protected somewhat by quite a bit of the weather anyway, so even if it's pouring down with rain, the fairings, the screen and everything means that it's only really my arms and my legs that get wet. But then I'm covered in completely thick textile waterproofs, so that's all good. King Bob, yes mate, playing fairly nicely so far actually, yes. And Ben, welcome to the Brunswick Fly Club. Thanks for joining. Don't forget to link your YouTube account into your Discord's user settings, mate, so you'll get you access into the club lounge as well. Thanks for joining as a channel member. Zaz says, what can are you struggling to sort out the Boeing style house livery thing? I don't know, I don't think any of that will look very good, Zato. I'm not convinced the Boeing house livery will look great either, kind of on our tail or of any sort, to be fair. And we've got quite a few 777 liveries. I don't want to overdo it. This game's got some snow in Sweden, near Gothenburg. Cross, welcome. Cold for you in Ireland. Have you had snow weather warnings, anything like that, or are you avoiding most of that at the moment? Goodness me, my COVID-y chest is absolutely killing me. Oh, that's mega. Oh, look how cool that looks. James, I've rode to work in torrential rain a few times. The worrying thing is hitting standing water, certainly on the motorway. That's, if I can see that far up in advance, I've already tried to look for a way out, different lane choice, reducing speed, whatever it might be, to kind of get around it, because yeah, it's all a bit weird. That's the only problem, really. 39 above below. Plane down there somewhere. It's not actually that bad riding to work in the rain. If you've got the right kit for it, you don't actually notice it at all. Hopefully then, David, it's just snowing a little bit when we get there. At least on the approach. Lee, welcome AT, says, did 37 miles Boxing Day, being away for New Year's now, feeling like crap, he says. I wonder if you've got what I've had, this kind of XEC variant of COVID. It would absolutely knock you for 6 for 4 or 5 days, plus then all of the recovery onwards, which some people have suggested might take 6 weeks. I'm hoping not, because my job is actually quite physical. Jeez, that's dropped a bit, hasn't it? low cloud there, David says, with the new METAR for Manchester. 060 at 5, variable winds between 040 and 100. All the 9s though, it says. Light rain and drizzle. Broken cloud at 1600. A low spread. Look at that low QNH, 9 at 84 hectopascals with temporary broken cloud at 1200 as well. I'll be back to work on Thursday, Dust 2, and I've got to get my circuits back underneath me during my breaks. Similar way opposite Manchester, landing 5 left. So actually what we can do, we can have a look at the charts anyway. So we've done all that bit. So we're going to come in via TILNI into Manchester. Flight level 250 there is the required altitude. And then working around Glasgow, Beacon, Settle, Rosen. And there's a hold there, so if it starts to get busy or whatever else, we get stacked by any ATC, then that's what we end up getting put into there, that hold at Rosen. Max 230 knots, flight level 70 potentially, or whatever altitude we're given by ATC. Because we're landing on the 05s, which is very rare for us, we always fly in this way. We're actually now going to come out towards Liverpool effectively, down like that, and then work in for the approach. Something like that. So we can add 05 left, ILS final. And you'll notice on the approach charts from TILNI, you've got nothing after Rosen. There's no transition either. There's no kind of charts that show a transition between the two. I'm going to pin those parking stands as well. It's probably the weather warning, David, because it went viral-ish about it being closed for snow and things. So I wonder if loads of flight simmers have gone, what, closed for snow? Brilliant. Right, we're loading in. So with that, we're going to go EGCC arrivals. ILS 5 left. TILNI 1 mic. Insert. There's the arrival. And it's trying to get us through the centre. Just need to change that to none. We should have Rosen and then a discontinuity. There we go. So that all that is there is that gap that we mentioned where I started drawing with the arrow on the charts a moment ago. That has to be there. We're not going to delete the discontinuity. At that point we're going to be vectored by ATC at the very latest anyway, to get towards our final approach path there, CF05 left. So we'll leave that discontinuity in. King Bob, yes it does, matey. Annoyingly. How do we book a stand? That sun is actually rising, look. We're racing it and beating it. Yeah, still we get a lot of people that will delete discontinuities because they're there, because they'll see them and just delete them. But it depends on the context. Yeah, you can, for VATSIM UK, you can request a stand. But it's 15 minutes prior to arrival. We got here. I'm going to bring it up on the screen so you guys can see how I'm doing it. There we go. I'm just going to bring in EGCC up on the map. Whoa, that's really busy. Full ATC online, it's epic. All of these stands up here, so 27 will do. Right, so that's saying it's occupied. Our arrival time is 15:52 UTC. I'll put 15:55, and then we'll hit request stand. Posh, there we go. So I've requested one that's currently occupied, but we'll hopefully therefore get one that's nearby at the very least. What did I request? 25? Yeah, good. Alright, that'll do. So yeah, there's no guarantee though that that would be given to us, for what it's worth. Receive messages, let's just deal with these. Just to clear them off. It's got a hell of a lot brighter since we've got further sort of south, but not massively south either. We're currently just over Sweden anyway, just north of Sundsvall, so we're still very far north. It just shows you that small difference in time can create quite a void of light, depending on where that sun is setting. Looking forward to flying into Manchester now with full ATC. It's very exciting. The next stream, by the way, is probably going to be a controller's live stream of some sort. We've not done one of those for a little while now. It'll either be that or the 777 freighter. I'm not sure which, because I do want to fly that Hawkstone livery. Looks mega. Live Ethan, yeah, that should be a good spec, mate. But again, it depends also what stand you have, as in like what monitor you're using, what your power supply unit is, how much RAM you've got as well. Alex asking for TUI a Dreamliner. The thing is, we've got this, so I'm just going to bring it up. We've got this special livery for the 777. homage to Clarkson's farm, which is pretty epic. So that's what I want to fly next. Not least the Hookstone one, but that one. Looks so good. Andrew Welcome says, is Manchester Airport still closed? I've heard Liverpool and Manchester were closed due to weather. They were, yes, earlier. I'm not sure if they're still closed. I'll just go and have a little look. I think they're probably reopened, but with very limited operations. Yeah, no, they're open again. Yeah, but they're using 05 left, single runway ops. So a severely hampered operation for today. Be interested to see how many flights have been cancelled there. How's Heathrow doing? As of 2 hours ago, only 30 flights cancelled. 16 of those are arrivals, 15 departures, that's all. But their on-time departure performance at Heathrow is only 46%, and on-time arrivals, 30%. Leeds doesn't do bad inclement weather, Engine Dino, as the TUI 737 a little while ago found out. That's quite far then, isn't it? Potentially, depending on what car park you parked at in Leeds. That's quite a way. I think it's, for example, this weather warning was in place yesterday. They knew it was coming. Manchester, for example. And they've certainly got a lot of kit. Not quite the amount of kit they have at Heathrow, by contrast, but they've still got a lot of anti-kind of snow kit. And you'd have thought that would have been a, right, we're out all night and we're just ploughing away. Scooping, 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 scooping. Clearing it all so that the operation could begin tomorrow morning, first thing. But they've probably waited a bit, and they've waited and waited, and then it snowed a bit, and they've gone, well, the forecaster says it's going to be freezing rain soon. So we'll just wait and see. But then this whole flurry's arrived, and they've just ended up with this load of snow on the airfield that's now too much to clear with how much time they've given themselves, or whatever it might be. So I reckon they probably just sat on their hands for a little bit, and then it's snowed more than they've realised it would. But that's the UK aviation for you, isn't it? They just sit and wait for ages, and then all of a sudden everything gets shut down. And then you look at Scandinavia by contrast, or even Germany and all these other airports around Europe, and it will snow, and it's as if nothing's happened. Oslo, it'll still run on time. Oh yeah, multi-pilot. I wouldn't worry about booking a slot, mate, to be honest. You don't need to. there will always be space in Manchester for sure. That's brilliant, Dino. I love that. It's a bit similar to Bristol then, actually. It's, you know, on the hill, a little skate. Fan, welcome. Gago in 120, so some brief. Where's my flight plan? Let's have a quick check of that. That's the border between Sweden and Norway. We should have 7.6 tons of fuel on board where we cross Gago. He says, hopefully. Well, Ethan, the cabin is exactly the same in 2020 as it is in 2024. Well, I don't even think we're halfway there yet, Alex. What have we got? Enos. It's going to be 127,250. Get him tuned in ready. That'll be our next controller. Wesley, good evening, mate. How are you? 47 months indeed. That's some good going. Christopher, welcome. Likewise, 47 months. Oof. Pop outside, see how we're getting on atmospheric wise and external. I've been 2 years on the 14th this month, he says. Time flies. There's the contrails, which I really personally dislike still in the Phoenix. They just look a bit silly. But hey ho. Oh, that little transition there, look at that. That's where Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 really kind of pushes itself ahead. The lighting scape, that kind of, that little glow. Let's go back the other way. That environmental effect, that's really good. Yeah, but then that's more money to pay, Christopher. And this is the thing, right? Why should you buy a third-party contrail add-on? FX add-on thing, whatever. To make the contrails look better in an aircraft that was already 50 quid. I've mentioned it many times, Night Shadow, but that's just how they've interpreted the contrails for the sim, so they're not going to change it. It's got a bit of dirt on it, yeah. Some slight oily marks on the back of the windows there as well. Filthy. Yeah, the same contrails in 2020. But hey ho. Overall, it's a lot better than FS Labs 321. Got a cabin. Oh, and do you remember with the FS Labs, that was like a click and drag and it just snapped along. It was just, there was no animation or anything nice attached to it. This has got all of that jazzy stuff. Although I always forget how to lower the seat. Maybe you can't. Yeah, sim effects for Phoenix is 40 quid, and then other aircraft on top of that is an additional 15. That's a rip-off. It's actually a ridiculous price, isn't it? 40 quid, so you get some nice fluffy bits of visuals that go over the wings and some different contrails. Come on, guys, mugging us off. I feel like I missed a trick really by entering into the world of content creation instead of software development, because I could have just rinsed you guys for like every penny by creating a pointless add-on that no one really actually needs. and then you know, selling it for about 12 quid or 15 quid, or actually I'll sell it for 40 quid. I'll do like an add-on that makes your beacon lights brighter. It would be 40 quid for the Fenix, and then for additional aeroplanes £15 on top. Ridiculous. That's where people need to push back and go, oh, sorry, you're charging how much for some contrails and some different FX, visual FX? Goodness me. $27.25. Polaris Control, good evening, Osprey 165. So flight level 360, currently 50 track miles east of Gago.
First Scandinavian 525 Polaris, good evening, proceed direct to IXONO. direct eastbound,
Osprey 165, Oulu Airport.
Oh, I needed to send a delay card as well, MPS. I just cleared it and ignored it. Somebody else sent me a ping just then on vPilot, but I closed it by accident. I think it was an Etihad. Yep.
Easy for Golf, clear direct eastbound. Easy 43 Golf, clear direct eastbound.
-9 for Christopher. Whew. See, it's got quite warm for us where we are now. It's gone up to 12 degrees, which is quite nice where I am in Oxfordshire. Much nicer. Whereas yesterday it was like -2. It's completely gone the other way around, which is very nice. And it's massively helping my cough actually as well. I've really struggled the last few days going outside. So take, for example, taking the puppy out for a toilet break, going back inside again, that cold air into warm air in the house, that's really blew my chest to pieces. And I'm finding today I'm coughing a lot less. Boy Pilot says it was funny earlier today on a flight from Edinburgh to Gatwick. Better push the universal Pushback plug-in X-plane. Lost it on the snow because it couldn't get enough traction on the nose tyre. That is funny.
We're marked decimal 79 for Transavia 251. 76 confirmed for 251. Alright, we'll slow down 76, Transavia 251.
There's a lot of snow over the UK at the moment. That's Valanta. All the white there is all snow. And Manchester's just down there. It's very busy. Look, we've got 4 on approach now as it is actually at Manchester. That's good going. Hopefully the controllers can sustain that work until we get closer. We've got Transavia 25. Whoa, Badger in front actually, Channel X9 or 19er.
Going to Charlie, proceed direct to GOKEP, flight number 3.
Polaris Control, hello, Clipper 1975, flight level 240,
We've got
inbound
MPS,
Egano.
Osprey 598,
Clipper 1975,
Fox 2.
Clipper
Very different,
1975,
So that's
doing
MSFS
decimal
2020.
80.
Look at the difference in brightness there. Mach decimal 79 or Osprey 165. Yeah, A firm Mach 80 or greater, Osprey 165.
Maintain 80, Clipper
That's got
1975.
MPS. Who else have we got? Viragi, Fenix 6 Papa. That actually looks like a real photo. Great screenshots. And Zato behind us, flying Pan Am. Great screenshot. Very cool. We've got Pilot Fred as well. Osprey 757 November. Up in the 737, it's Freddy. Atlanta's being a bit weird today as well. I think that's all of us by the looks of it. Oh no, hold on, we've got a couple on a different routing here. Ryanair 1727. And Osprey 373X. They're going a bit further south.
We'll speed it up 77, Transavia 251.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of that, Christopher, now. Are you on the MSFS 2024 Facebook group? Because it's almost 20, 30 times a day now, isn't it? You'll see some absolute pish on there. With just people moaning about Korea being broken and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, I'm getting quite annoyed with that Facebook group. It's become a bit of a cesspit. And like you say, it's just constant whining on there now. You know, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, as you say, it's got its issues, and it's quite different to what we were expecting. But look at that. We just need more of our high fidelity aircraft brought into this new sim, and then I'd move across. The Phoenix is doing a great job of it so far. Just Flight with their RJ, that's a big tick, because that's working in the new sim as well. That's happy days. So yeah, I just really need. We've got Flabberwat A380. Yeah, we just need the PMDG stuff now. Or I fly 737 MAX 8 as well. And then I'm very happy. That'd have been a lot better, I fly SimX, if PC and Xbox versions had their own entirely separate instances.
Florida Control, hello, 4087 inbound INREX. Scandinavian 4087, Solaris 0. You can walk 3075.
Surprised he's not using the FS Labs, Christopher.
3075.
They keep saying about how that's the ultimate Airbus simulation.
87.
So bright now that we've gone further south. Night Shepherd says, do you have a wish list for hardware for 2025, like their MCPs from WinWing? So I've actually got one of those en route. I think it's the 737 one en route at the moment, because the 777 one isn't quite ready. And then when that's ready, I think they're potentially going to send me the 777 MCP thing as well, or not MCP, so FMS or FP profile of flight plan, I think they've called it, because of legal issues with the naming convention or something. Yeah, I just had to wipe out my savings effectively on the bloody tax man. Still got a little bit left that I'm owing until about July to pay, and then from there I'll have cleared this year's, but at that point I'll have next year's to pay as well, so it's a never ending cycle. And my car that I took in for repair the other day for the under tray that was hanging off, because we've had a lot of flooding around where we are, quite rural, and it's pulled the under tray off the bottom of the car. Well, they put a screw in and fixed it all. I've gone through another load of puddles today to take the dog out to a field for a walk, and it's pulled it all back underneath it again, so that's got to go back in for repairs. And I'm actually kind of half torn to just get rid of the car and get something else, because I've just had no end of issues with it. Well, that's China, David. That's how. They will flood the market, destroy the competition, and then they've owned the market then, don't they? It's, I don't know. They can make stuff a hell of a lot cheaper over there, can't they? That's why the West is so screwed. The fuel burns good. Just over on our fuel. Ross, welcome. Very much looking forward to the MCU from Wing. Me too. I'll have a look when it does arrive. I'll get it plugged in and we'll give it a go. Although it'll probably be back on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 for the 737, so I'll probably connect it, plug it into that to give it a go. Won't be the first time Valanta's done that multi-pilot. Ooh, that's very nice. Yeah, that's the biggest thing, isn't it? Weather and visuals, Rab, I think, in 2024. They're the big differences. Although the way that the environment is in like the atmosphere and the flight physics, all that, that's all meant to be better as well. Hey, look at that. It's a Norwegian. Epic.
Speed is by, Transadia 251, cheers.
There's a whole expanded kind of arcade side of MSFS 2024, Christopher, isn't there, that we haven't had in the previous simulator? But a huge kind of push for the arcade style of gaming.
Advisory 1228, CT 97 Hotel Yankee. Flight Admiral 151. Flight travel 4315 considering electric flight of 3 meters.
Confirm direct to Repco and Quento 390 rocket, travel 4315. Correct. Roger, thank you.
Low control, Ryanair 1727 is
Christopher, yeah. In any sim, you're going to get that. Certainly default aeroplanes. The default selection in MSFS 2024 is pretty poop.
Repeat last call for 1727.
Elements of it are more arcadey, Rab. When you stick to the pure kind of airliner stuff that we're doing, you don't notice any of the other stuff because you don't ever go into the missions or anything else unless it tickles your fancy and you give it a go, perhaps. But in this pre-flight mode, you don't notice that arcadey sense when you're flying on VATSIM and all the rest of it. I mean, look how great those clouds look now as well. Bergie says it's such a cool time to fly, it's a constant sunset.
120450, Skyline 4087, hold on.
Yeah, but does Flow Pro work in the new sim? Because I've got that in ORBEX, but I can't seem to get it to install and work in the new sim, unless maybe I should just click and drag it across. Ed, good morning. Ethan asking about frames. It all depends on what aircraft, what scenery, and everybody's own independent what you call it, system spec. Davis says no, Parallel 42 are going to charge us a $2 upgrade fee when they make it compatible with 2024. Oh, lovely.
Forest control ran at 476 Lima, runway 36 with for departure. And the 476 Lima, runway 36 for takeoff, and wind at west 010 degrees 19. Division 009er. Just takeoff, runway 36, and we'll report airline when at 476.
ETP's coming up. We're only just reaching the halfway point.
Travel 4315, turn right by 1.
I know, Dirty too. It feels like
Turn right by 10 degrees, get through.
almost like we've been conned a little bit. And then all these bigger developers have gone, money, we can make lots more money. You got, say, $2 for that, and then you've got $5 or £5 per scenery with any builds. So potentially you've already spent 200 quid on upgrade fees and compatibility upgrade fees and all that kind of stuff in the new sim on stuff you already own. Absolutely well said, Christopher. But what we've always had is this kind of entrenched explains better argument, and in some instances it probably is, but the whole flight physics in MSFS is ridiculous, or it's not as bad as it used to be on its first launch, that's for sure. And certainly I think MSFS24 has made a lot of big improvements to the way airplanes handle, and it's all down to how good the developers are ultimately. If the developers are able to tweak the right things and set the right values up in the code, whatever, then the airplanes will handle really nicely. You see, aircraft add-ons, multi-pilot, I don't have a massive issue having to pay a couple of quid upgrade fee for in the new simulator. Because, like you said there, there's been so many things in the background that have changed in this sim that the devs will need to put in a lot of time and effort into changing all that. But that's aircraft add-ons, fair enough. What I've got my bugbear with is all of this utility updates, like utility compatibility with like Flow Pro and all this other stuff. Everybody's just sprinkling upgrade fees all over the place, and it's for all of you guys. Some of you might not be able to afford all of those upgrade fees, yet the developers expect us to pay for it anyway. Everything, yeah, is pretty much in the cloud still, Rab. Yes.
Present navigation director, get through 4315.
Get through 195, flight level 3, it's destination to SUVAR. That's squawk 1420 to get through 195. Yeah, we're on that squawk 1420, get through 195. identified, clear direct to east.
Okay, let's do east and what? Get to 115, thank you.
And that is the crux of our issue there, Dursey, too, isn't it? That seamless transition was promised over and over again, and it's actually turned out to be quite the opposite. Certainly for the high fidelity aeroplanes. I think the Fenix Airbus products, though this is working beautifully at the moment, I think these are still technically like an experimental release for 2024, are they not? Can't remember fully. Yeah, Marketplace still hasn't been turned on. Expect to be able to store stuff locally when that happens, as David's there reminding us. It's a good point. When that does eventually get turned on, apparently we'll be able to then have the ability to download elements of the sim onto our hard drive. Although I've got no hard drive space for it anymore, because I'm running 2 simulators plus DCS. And it's all a bit full at the moment, my computer. I've got 2 different 2 terabyte NVMe slots, and they're both starting to squeeze a little bit from the sides.
Shaken 6 for Provisional 501.
Right, almost at the halfway, kind of over Oslo now.
Provisional 501, thanks.
So that's our official halfway point between Oulu and Manchester. For a few more miles as well, we'll also be smack bang in the middle of Norway. Postweave, I think this is the 3rd flight I've ever done in 2024. Yeah, I need like a USB caddy or something, David, really. I'm out of USBs. $7:30's not that early, Sammy. Good morning. You've got time though. For what it's worth, you could probably now start to prep a flight from Stavanger or Bergen for a flight to Heathrow. Sorry, a flight to Manchester. And that will get you in the queue. Up to you. Right, be right back, folks. I need to go and fill up my water because I've drank an entire litre already today, and I need to keep drinking, otherwise my cough will come back with a vengeance. Give us a little, keep an ear out for us. You guys can be pilot monitoring with the controls, so the ATC as well. So let me know by the time I get back if I've been called up by the controller or not.
Airfront 6176 Polaris December ready flight level 120, clear crew name for Lima arrived. Lunit for Lima.
Copy.
Bravo 65.
I say flight 325.
Keep the speed of traffic behind that you are level coordinated, but it's good to have separation at the set destination as you are from the monitor advisory 1 with 2 days of sleep.
The call sign was blocked.
Osprey 165, advisory 1 to 2 days left.
Copy, any control, I say flight 32 for 350.
ISO532, outside of my airspace, contact Copenhagen 136.048.
26.85, SF526.
Osprey 165, contact aggression monitor, advisory unit 132 days late.
I believe Osprey 165 sit down for a minute. He'll be back.
Okay, Roger. Could you send him a message?
Roger, I'll do that for you.
Thank you.
Airways control Provisional 3033, descending to about 190.
Easy 036, Flores, descent flight level 120, cleared Lunit for Lima, alright.
Descend to about 120 and arrival to Unit 40. Video station.
Class today, Northern 625, coming to D7, and we would like to start climb at 297.
Easy 036, for me to come now, 122, that's fine.
122, that's my video station.
Control, hello, FedEx 2187, flight level 390.
First, this is 036, the uniform was not for you, remaining 6.
Right. I've been called over to Uniform.
Control, good day, Scandinavian
Standard.
2 on flight level 2350.
First, Scandinavian 652 on this 60.
Scandinavian 652, hello.
I knew that would happen as well.
Cleared Lunit before Lima arrival. Proceed now, direct DEDIT.
That looks like it was seconds after I
Cleared
left.
Linux for Lima arrival. Stay again the direct 652.
Nordic 625 this frequency.
April 2nd and 265, and we would like to step down 290.
Nordic 65, climb flight level 290, clear ALOTI 3 Lima arrival, direct to
FedEx needs to clear the ALOTI 3 Lima arrival and leveling 1290 on Nordic 65.
Scandinavian 652, east and when ready, flight level 120.
Lovely. The weather's getting worse at Manchester, love it.
29ers,
Taser there, welcome matey, thank you very much.
Descent flight level 120 on conversion speed 290 or greater, Scandinavian 652.
Ryanair 9er, Tango uniform on this frequency.
Yeah, Ryanair 9 is uniform with you.
Ryanair 9 Tango uniform from station from right now, heading 030.
Right, 030 on 9.
Oh, that's wrong.
Nordic 2 kilo, Nordic 2 kilo on this frequency.
The Nordic 2 kilo, hello, Flaps control.
Nordic 2 kilo for spacing, for right, heading 040.
Right, heading 140. Remember 2 kilo.
Negative heading 040.
040, Nordic 2
Uniform, descent flight level 120, Max.
And now he's super busy, I can't even get in.
Can you repeat one more time? We'll block another transmission.
Ryanair 9 Tango uniform, descent flight level 120, Max 177.
Big thanks to everyone who's hit the like button so far today. Great to see you all joining us for the first stream of the new year.
2187 on this frequency.
Yep, just checked in, FedEx 2187, go ahead.
2187, proceed direct to SUVAR, Sierra Alpha Bravo Alpha Kilo, Max Decimal 74.
That's 74, direct Starbucks 2187.
Ryanair 9 Tango uniform, resume all navigation direct to Lunit, return Lunit for Lima arrival.
Direct to Lunit for Lima arrival, Ryanair 9 is uniform.
9 Tango uniform, I call this stop descent flight level 360, traffic flow.
Say again? 9 Tango uniform.
9 Tango uniform, stop descent 360.
Roger, level 36, good on, Tango uniform.
Nordic 2 kilos, reduce Mach Decimal 77.
Mach Decimal 77, Nordic 2 kilo.
Nordic 941, Polaris climb flight level 310, direct to Kilo.
310 direct to
And 1975, contact Airways on frequency 120.375. Clipper 1975.
Clipper 1975, go ahead.
Contact Polaris 12 Provisional 134, decimal 515.
134-515, Clippers 1975, thanks for ATC, Happy New Year.
Loris, sorry, Osprey 165 is back with you. Was I missing a handoff?
First, Nordic 22 Kilo, receive mono engaged direct extent.
What a minute. I think we're actually being handed over to ATC.
Resume our navigation, direct...
34515.
Direct extent.
Direct center.
X-ray Echo November Tango Alpha.
Nordic 65, Nordic 10.
Nordic 65, descent flight level 120.
Descent level 120, Nordic 65.
Nordic 22 Kilo, did you copy direct extent?
Yeah, in order to Kilo direct center now.
I'm deep focus at the moment.
Oh, very good.
HD says 5 rights for arrivals. VATSIM using more runways than the actual airport.
Control 60 mile, climb flight level 360. 60 mile correction to climb flight level 350. Standard 6 Tango uniform confirmed direct to Lune.
Ian, yeah, you do, matey, unfortunately.
Yeah, NATEB uniform, that is direct to Lune.
Standard 6 Tango uniform, thank you. Descent with flight level 120 on conversion speed 270.
On conversion speed 270 on the descent, flight level 120, fine, and NATEB.
Direct 2187, turn left, heading 320, descent flight level 120.
He's doing a great job on his own. The amount of traffic being kind of spaced around us at the moment is insane.
Direct 2187.
Okay, go ahead, first direct 2187.
Direct 2187 for sequence, turn left, heading 320, descent flight level 120.
Left 320, descent 120, direct 2187.
Nordic 2 key, Nordic 22 kilo confirm direct X-Center, X-ray Echo November Tango Alpha.
Right, while I'm waiting, I'm going to have a gin truffle. Probably not good for my cough, but steadies the hand. I bet now I'll put this in my mouth, he's going to call me up.
In order to Kilo requesting descent.
Nordic 22 kilo descent to flight level 120 and reduce Mach 70 on conversion speed 250.
Down to flight of 120 and 250 on conversion, in order to Kilo.
East 036, contact approach 120, that's 450. East 036, contact approach 120, that's 450.
Where's the old meters? Oh, Manchester. When we get a bit closer, we'll have to rerun it to 05 right, potentially. If that's what we end up running with.
East 036, approach. Decimal 450.
I'm tempted to change across to this new controller, because I think he's forgotten.
Nordic 2 kilo, descent flight level 120, speed 250 knots on conversion, and now Mach decimal 70.
Mach decimal 77, 250 on conversion and down to flight level 120, Nordic 2 kilo.
Then a 9 Tango uniform, proceed direct to DEDIT.
Direct DEDIT, that is a good uniform.
9 Tango uniform, speed 29er 0.
Dusty says apparently the US is going to be facing a winter storm that could bring the heaviest snow and the coldest temperatures in a
Fenix A321
decade.
reduced Mach decimal 70, descent to, consider descent flight level 120.
Sure, not all of the US, right?
First banner 1727, contact Polaris 134, decimal 515. Diner 1727.
Alright, didn't hear my call sign. Switch to Oslo Center on 134.515, runway 1727.
Container 6 Papa, contact Polaris 134, decimal 515.
134, 515.
Good effort, night shadow, good timing.
Scanner 6 at hotel, contact Polaris 134, decimal 515. Nordic 22 kilo, proceed direct to Lunit, join
No,
Lunit.
screw it. I'll just change it.
Polaris, B103 Alpha, contact Polaris 127, that's 50. 3165, yep.
I am, yes. I was just changed across myself. Sorry for the delay.
No problem. And identify 367, copy.
Roger, good day.
251, Polaris. Transavia 251, wide away. Transavia 251, hello, welcome. Hotel, Roger, it's the Bravo 1 Lima.
We've had quite a lot of ATC for today, haven't we? We've been very lucky. And amazing weather conditions for flying as well. So the latest METAR is at winds of 0804, some slightly more variable winds. Now visibility is 7,000 metres in light rain and drizzle at Manchester, with temporary 4,000 metres visibility in rain and drizzle. H983. Live weather long time, Alex, always. Yeah, always live weather, mate.
EC9 Romeo, stop time. Traffic in Accra 1%.
Smart. Hopefully not.
EC9 Romeo, traffic 2 o'clock, 4 miles, no factory.
183. 2.
And EC9 Romeo, clear of conflict, so you can now plan flight up to 367.
Flight level 360, thank you, EC9 Romeo.
That's EC951, turn like Napa.
I'd be surprised if the transition level becomes like 8.5 or something. Manchester.
That's EC951, this is 6,000 feet, plus 1, QNH 90907.
Oh, right on my ear.
Sorry, South Hello, Jet 3195, come through button 365 for 380.
Jet 195, plus the rotor.
So currently Manchester Information Echo, time 13:50 Zulu.
Cruise 16 Delta, due to the traffic of
Arrival
climb a little bit. Climb
5 right, departure 5 left, transition level 70.
310, cruise,
With a QNH of 9 at 8.3.
Delta, then you can route direct to Osprey Magnet.
Was it because...
Oh,
transition's 5,000, isn't it?
Sorry,
Manchester, yeah.
fly direct Sierra, negative, fly direct Zulu, Oscar Lima.
Zulu, Oscar Lima, cruise 16 better.
I'll do. So what else have we got?
4610, read 420 ULD 47.
Yeah, data link clearances, they're already. Runway conditions 555, wet, wet, wet. Depth not reported, chemically treated. So this is now at the point where we start to think about potential performance on arrival. Things like slush, snow, contamination, all that sort of thing that becomes a bit of a factor now.
Jetman 1-2 on parted and 2 on Lima arrival. Runway 09. Ready descent flight number 15.
So flap full order brake low.
Delta 1 Lima arrival, 01 manner, and when ready descent flight level 150, Jetman 1 arrival.
Oh, good afternoon, mate. How are you? Happy New Year.
This was 871, what I thought.
Rab's got snow falling for him in Scotland. It's a bit of high level cloud there, look.
This was 871, squawk 3727. Negative, squawk 3727.
Let me just quickly try and find that storm that the US is about to have hit it. Ooh, wow, okay, it'll be that one there then. Going over that, then it's Kentucky and Louisville, Evansville, Kansas City in there, St. Louis, Cincinnati, Indiana, Indianapolis.
Climbing 6,000 feet.
Crikey.
Climb flight level 310.
This year isn't El Nino, so we should be expecting weird and wonderful weather.
Jetbury 195, report speed in Mach. Jetbury 195, report present speed Mach.
Roger, there's a road company, decimal 798.
So with the ATIS,
798, thank you.
we should probably change
7 November, your speed and Mach number.
this now to 5 right. Still the same TILNI 1 mic,
3757 November, report speed.
no via.
3 knots and max decimal 8.80.
So decimal 80, thank you. Jetbury 195, speed Mach decimal 78, please, for sequencing.
What's feedback?
That's good, that'll tune closer.
Mr. 1990, contact Polaris now, 127.250. With 1 on the 90 Polaris.
Exact call for 975.
They said 190.
Wiz, I think he's calling there. Yeah, VATSIM are using 5 right, Badger, but real life for single runway ops only. It's 5 left.
Did I enter 1727 Polaris?
Go for run air 1727.
Report your speed, Mach decimal.
Maintaining 0.808. Run air 1727.
Clipper 1975, your speed.
That's JetBlue 195.
Clipper.
Negative. Clipper 1975. What is your speed?
Clipper 1975, currently doing 0.80.
0.82. Confirm.
We'll do 82, Clipper 1975.
No, he was asking. He was asking.
1975, confirm your present speed is decimal 82.
Negative, 0.80.
Your present speed is 80, thank you. And what is your cruise wind? What is the wind you're seeing now?
Currently indicating 265 at 118 knots.
Thank you. Runner 1725, the wind you're seeing?
I'm waiting to see if we get called up.
We're seeing 262 at 107 knots at 262, runway 127.
Roger, your same max number and 50 knot difference on ground speed, that's why I'm asking. Ryanair 1727 for sequencing, max decimal 78 and also turn right heading to...
I wonder if his sim rate is been clicked up by accident.
Right heading 300 and reduced to Mach 0.78, Ryanair 172.
Sequencing behind the traffic effort.
Roger.
Hello, Scandinavian 252 at 6,000 feet.
So 5 left. We need to change sim Navigraph to 5 right. Just going to reconnect all of that work in new into Navigraph.
951, turn right heading 140, descend at 4,000 feet.
Heading 140 to get 4,000
Oh, that's interesting. There are no Cat 2 or Cat 3 ILS
Traffic 573, 10 Scandinavian 250.
for Manchester to 05 right. Wow.
Contact for ice 127,250.
Descend 250 and contact flight 127.250, Scandinavian 4610.
Oh well. So,
Nordic 173, descend 57250. Nordic 173, cleared Lunacy November 17.
386 for minimums, full flat.
Flashing 951, turn right heading 180.
Dude, that's getting so bright, isn't it?
Right then 180, right to 951.
Flashing 951, do direct Bumblue and descend 3,000 feet, cleared island runway 17.
Direct Bumblue, descend 3,000 feet, clear the ILS, runway 17, back to get number 1.
Scandinavian 252, clear direct GOKEP.
Direct GOKEP, Scandinavian 252.
Ryanair 1727, do direct ALOTI.
I think we should get Unicom again soon.
Direct to ALOTI, Ryanair 1727.
And then we'll be heading into all of that on the way into Manchester.
Roger, contact price 127.
Newcastle's right in the thick of it at the moment, and in fact Edinburgh, look, there's that little bit of snow, and RAV is somewhere between Edinburgh and Glasgow, and look, it says just started to snow, and it's roughly on the edge of this bit of radar work here.
This was a 71, contact price 127,250.
127,250,
68 hotel, right? 68 hotel. What is your, yeah, where are you flying to? Rotka. Okay, and then after Rotka? I think so, you're off route, so you're clear to go with 1 Lima arrival. What is the arrival you're flying? Well, it might be on my end, it's wrong anyway. Descend flight level 120, I contact approach now on 18.6. 120, Cruise 16 Delta, climb flight level 390.
Climb flight level 390, cruise 16 Delta.
Transavia 251, we'll take further for you, advisory 1228.
Advisory Transavia 251, bye-bye. Bye.
So we can prep our radio for our eventual handoff.
Heads up, advisory 1 straight. Jeffrey 1950, I think is a little bit more sequence on you, so and the speed is not really helping. Turn right heading 290.
Approach turn right heading 290, Jeffrey 195.
Hello, it's a very good afternoon. Lufthansa 875, holding short runway 17, ready for departure.
Lufthansa 875, line up runway 17.
HD, this is the last Jet 2757 flight. Is now 1 hour out of Manchester. What a day to have a last flight on, he says. That'd be very exciting, wouldn't it? Ooh. Ooh-wee. Very spicy. At least the pilots could break it and not worry about knowing it's never going to fly again as a passenger kind of airline, I think. At least for Jet 2.
Flight control, this is Nordic 122 taxiing Yankee.
The quantity.
There was a little bit of wobbliness, a little bit of turbulence multi-pilot a few minutes ago I noticed, but nothing that then progressed into anything bad, and it's smoothed out somewhat since. Yeah, we're pretty much cloud surfing at the moment, aren't we?
Yeah, man, 1-2, I'll contact bumper.
Direct bumper.
And 1-2, I'll contact bridge 118. Alright, 173, clear like Gilbo. Jetbreeze 195, route direct ALOTI.
Controller's doing such a great job. Friend of mine, he's basically just non-stop, isn't he, this guy? And he's just come online. Doing really good. Grant, welcome mate. Plenty of AC at Manchester. Plenty of traffic as well, should be quite cool. Yeah, definitely more pilot.
875 with column 17 clear takeoff.
Look 875, clear takeoff on 817.
That's a 951, continue approach, right column, and 1 approach ahead.
Continue approach, flexing number 1.
Osprey 122 behind the next arrival. A3, yeah, it's a 777 actually on 3 miles, 17, that is right behind.
That time slipped back a bit. That slipped back quite a bit.
122 close.
Yeah, sorry, Nordic 122 line up right behind the 777 landing.
Nordic 122, cancel interruption. Contact left on power now, 119.1.
Cancel the instruction and contact tower 119.1.
Thank you.
So we've still got like an hour and about an hour and minutes to land. About an hour to landing. Hour and 10 minutes.
And also 875 airborne passing 1,200.
That's U951, runway 17 clear to land. Ground, well yeah, runway 17 clear to land.
17 clear to land, not signal airborne.
875 and identify, climb flight number T10.
Delta 875, temporal 350.
T10.
Zero other apology.
Nordic 173, stand to flight number 120.
Good evening, Nordic 374, passing 273, climbing 350 in Margin.
How's the wing for working out for me? Robert's asking, does it have any force feedback? It doesn't now. Now it's coming to had a couple of sort of firmware updates over the last few years. and or the last few months. It's definitely now got vibrations and things on it, so I experienced that for the first time last week in Osprey, and it was really quite impressive.
Ground 121.9.
Ground 121.9, thanks for that, matching everyone.
This 100-knot headwind. This is ridiculous. No wonder it's taken us such a long time. We're getting battered up here.
Thanks for the sea. Bye-bye.
So, ALOTI for the next waypoint. I'm going to have another quick check of our fuel here.
Romeo quotation top line, advisory 122.8.
5.3.
122.8, thank you, EG1 Romeo.
Yeah, so not so much force feedback, but as Ashley's saying, it does have like a vibration. So when the wheels touch down, you kind of you feel the base of it vibrate, which is quite cool. Never used butt kick at Night Shadow, no. I've considered it a few times, but yeah, no. Crikey, yeah, that's a bit of extra fuel planning there, Mod Pilot.
Nordic 173, descent flight level 90.
Grant, I've got rid of my, well, I haven't got rid of my Boeing TCA, it's in the thing behind me.
You're still gaining a little bit on the one in.
I just don't use it because it's got that dirty part, that kind of cheaply created, nasty plastic kind of issue that we've had mentioned a few times.
Thank you. Just want to have 10 miles behind you.
What I've now got pretty much like permanently plugged in is my Wing F-16 HOTAS. And I just use that now instead. I'm tempted to sell my Thrustmaster Boeing yoke on eBay. Because it does mostly work, it's just got that slight issue, that pinch, that weird bit of behaviour we get. And if I've just got it behind me gathering dust, I'm tempted to sell it, see if someone can maybe fix it, B, someone can benefit from it. What pilot? Not really, I don't think so. No, it doesn't. That tilt doesn't do anything.
Osprey 165, Scottish is offline, monitor advisory 122.8.
128, Prospero 165. Thanks here to see. Have a good night. What pilots is about to say for him, we're about to fly into a megalithic yellow patch on his weather radar. But yeah, we don't get any of that, sadly. To be fair, that's probably my biggest disappointment in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Full stop. The lack of weather radar, proper decent weather radar functionality. That's such a shame. And I'd rather see something than nothing, even if it was just slightly incorrect stuff. I don't know. Complete setup, what do you mean? Night Shadow. Yeah, did change 1228. Yeah, I think people have asked for that, Dino, haven't they? And basically we've been told no, that's not coming. Night Shadow, are you in our Discord server? Alright, bear with me. I'm going to get up off my seat, take a photograph, stick it in Discord for you. Hold on. Okay, I've done the photograph. Let me just put it into Discord. Tawny, welcome. It's doing very well, thank you. So there you go, that picture is my current setup. Oh yeah, multi-pilot, that's a lot of amber, isn't it? Crikey. You've got a slightly different routing to us. I mean, how good does that look for a view? That's superb. This is where this sim looks so realistic. How's Indy doing? Rab's asking. Very, very good. She's getting there. She's gone through like a couple of weird bits where she's super naughty. Likes to try and push boundaries a little bit and all that sort of stuff. But she's getting there, slowly and steady. She's just been taken round to my other half's parents' house. She's gone round there with her because my other half's off today as well. And obviously I'm sat up here streaming, so... she's gone over there for a few hours. Whether I end up there after the stream or not, I don't know. Depends how long we're flying in the hold for as well, I think, when we get to Manchester. But I know I've got a couple of 100 kilograms of fuel left in the tank just in case. Clouds are definitely creeping up our way, aren't they? So I won, what's that, 8 DM, that's 8 IMC, 8.7, so 9 miles. What a pilot. Well, let's hope it's not as bad as it could potentially be, eh? There's only one way to find out. 4-mile fixed ring in that bad boy as well. Jobs are good. UC, welcome. No holds for you, epic. How was the weather at Manchester when you got there, UC? Pinky, yeah, I believe so. I've got them all installed. Naturally, with any of this sort of thing, you got to make sure you've got the latest versions of deliveries, but yeah, working nicely. So what are we going to do? We're going to do auto brake low for later. I feel like my throat's really starting to kick in a bit now. Lovely, that's what we like, isn't it, folks? Rainy and low visibility at Manchester. Bring it on. So what I've done in here, in my brain I was talking it through, but I obviously wasn't. What I've done is I've put fixed rings in at Manchester. So IMC is basically the ILS for 05 right. And I put a extended centre line on both sides, which is where that big blue dash line's coming out of, because that just goes on forever. And they've got 9-mile radius, and then again I've set up a second fix at the same place, but for a 4-mile radius. So we'll have 2 fixed rings and 2 extended centre lines, and that should help with our situational awareness as we arrive at Manchester. It's crazy, isn't it, Taser? In real life, it's just like, let's go! Heavy snow, icing conditions, hey, let's do it. Fill her up! In real life, they'll be like, okay, let's not take this up in the air. Mark, good day, mate. Happy New Year. Flight level 400 for him in his 777 freighter. Headed out of Melbourne for Singapore. Very nice. A couple of hours ahead of you. Yeah, I did mention it, mate. Yeah, as long as you've got the all the liveries up to date, they should work, yes. Zato, have a good one, mate. Sleep well. Thanks for flying. Sammy, the way it's integrated currently is as integrated as it will be. You can't make it more integrated, if that makes sense. Joey, welcome. You'd need to move that across as well, Joey. Yeah, don't forget, Pinky, a lot of add-ons officially are still not actually compatible with MSFS 2024. It was that big lie of seamless transition that Asobo and Microsoft sold us down the river of. So the ones that are working, whether it be in an experimental form like this, or the Flubber A380X and the A321X, for example, those liveries, Osprey, Airways and various other airlines and things do work, providing you've got the most up-to-date liveries. But it might be that you've got a couple of add-ons that aren't actually working, are not officially compatible or anything like that with the new sim at the moment. Smooth sailing for Wazza over Detroit. 100 knot headwind for you as well. Yeah, that's massive actually, Neil, isn't it? Probably not anything that's mentioned enough. Because in reality, in the real world, approach lighting is so key on those low visibility approaches. And they don't really, I don't know if they're multi-pilot, I don't know if it's something you could actually help with, I don't know. I don't know if you have something like that in X-Plane, but there's certainly nothing like that really in MSFS that comes close. I suppose in the sim it's very rudimental, isn't it? Sunset to sunrise, the approach lights go on. And then beyond that, the approach lights go off because it's daylight. I guess maybe that's as rudimental as it is. But that is a feature massively lacking in MSFS. Oh, my poor throat. 81 knot headwind still. Goodness me. Yeah, you're not wrong, Neil. They do know the data. They've got the data. And they just need to do a bit of retweaking of the code. How's our ground speed? 378. I'm glad we took a little bit of extra fuel, although I don't think we've got it quite enough. have a quick look on map.vatsim.net just to see what the ATC situation is. Is he? 135.715 Scottish Control, which is the Manchester North East TMA up to flight level 285. And then 133-200. We've got tower. One 8630, ground 121855. Make sure I've got my frequencies and everything ready to go for later. You would even know I don't tend to fly at night time. And 1000. Whoever that is down there is in the cloud, flying through that horrible yellow weather. And we've got someone up there, 1,000 foot above. Can't quite see either. Taser, it's not something I use, so I've had a look at the planning system and all that kind of stuff, and the EFB, this element of it is quite nice, but it's not anything that I personally would ever use, unless you're flying default aircraft, and then I think you would have a bit more functionality with loading flight plans and all that, and then how that tablet syncs in with all of the rest of it, like your load and balance in the aircraft and all that sort of thing. I don't think if you're in a high fidelity aircraft it has that much of an impact. Yeah, you can certainly just go in and load up some charts. I mean, I've actually got Navigraph charts built into this now. But not anything I ever really use. Got a tablet there, it does everything I want. .7. Low, burst, full, roll. Yeah, the problem is with the SAV, for example, multipilot, is it's a default aircraft again. So it's going to be very, very basic on functionality. I think what a lot of people made the mistake of doing, and I was one of those people as well, we fell into the trap of thinking that maybe a SUVAR this time around were going to offer us more than before from a default aircraft point of view. You know, they were throwing so many different things out there, like the Saab, the C-17, the A400M, all of these different aircraft add-ons, the different packages that we can get, but actually 90% 95% of them are very badly created basic default aeroplanes. So a lot of us got very excited for things like the Saab 340B for various different reasons, but yeah, in reality we ended up with something very different, didn't we? Cuba Demon, you have to buy the A320 first as a base pack, and then you buy the A319 and A321 Fenix expansion pack on top of that, and then you get all three. Worth every penny though. And as Dust2 says there, Fenix have done a bundle pack, so you can buy all of them at once if you want to. It is worth, I think, worth every penny, if you can afford it. And now, of course, we've got the sharklets. This is the first time flying with the sharklets on the Fenix A321, which for me is very exciting. Most of the BA aircraft have got them fitted now. Not all, but most. Still got IFR conditions at Manchester. Let's have a quick refresh in the live chat of that meta. And what I'll do is I'll put the terminal aerodrome forecast in as well, which is the TAF. And that will show you what the weather's going to be doing basically over the next 24 hours at Manchester in the forecast as well. So there's the meta. Oh my goodness, 1,900 metres visibility. In rain and drizzle, few clouds 600 feet. Overcast 1,100. QNH 982. Reduced, massively reduced visibility there from what the earlier quantities were. That's quite low. And here comes the TAF, so we can see what the weather forecast is going forwards. Bosh! Yeah, low visibility between 8 PM and 4 AM tonight. They're expecting 1,200 metres visibility in snow, broken cloud at 100 feet. And then progressing through from 2 to 5 AM, temporarily between 6 AM and 6 PM tomorrow, Manchester are going to get 320 degrees at 15, gusting 25, 4,000 metres visibility. So yeah, quite interesting. I feel like it's curtailed though. That is more TAF, but either way, this is going to be quite fun. If the visibility is 1,900 metres visibility, this is going to be quite hairy because we've only got Cat 1 ILS on 05 right, if I've got my understanding of Manchester correct, which means we don't have the supremely low vis. We can't just auto land the aeroplane or anything like that. We can't auto land it. And what also doesn't help is my brain is a bit like, almost like I'm drunk still from having COVID. Bizarre. So the brain fog is rather quite big today. 100 miles to top of descent though. Yeah, minimums are quite low, 384 feet. But it's not 50 feet AGL, that's the thing. It's, yeah, it should be. I reckon we'll be fine. And 384 foot is actually 100 foot above ground level, so... Oh no, sorry, correction. 386 feet. It's 200 feet above ground level. So it's going to be, if it gets any worse, then the weather is going to be on minimums. Oh yeah, Jay, that's a bit silly, isn't it then? He had an electrical failure in career mode on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, but because he was flying the default PC-12, he didn't have any emergency gear deployment or anything like that modelled on it, so he was disappointed. It's kind of pointless then putting those into the career modes as emergencies and issues to deal with, when actually you physically can't deal with them in the sim. It kind of defeats the the object. It's silly. Oh well. Yeah, they should only offer the emergencies for things that you can actually touch and deal with. Rab landed at Manchester in the ATR this morning. 300 feet ceiling then for him. See how we're going on now. 80 miles to top descent. So we could just go ahead and revisit the weather. At 82 for the QNH, it's dropped a little bit more. 0605 for the wind. So that's all good. And the transition level still says 70, so we're all ready to go effectively. The only dynamic stuff now is going to be any holds and that sort of thing. 135715. For one of the Manchester radars. We've got 2 approach controllers online at Manchester. So south approach and fin. Make sure I scribble those down. And we've got Alice on 1863. 332. add 35715. What are we doing? 12198.
To 2.1.
This is the ATIS.
UNH9082. The clearance contact delivery on 121.705. Data link clearances are available. Log on Echo Golf Charlie Charlie. Pilots that are in receipt of data link clearances are reminded that they must contact delivery on 121.705 when ready to start. Runway condition code 555. Wet wet wet. Depth not reported. Chemically treated. Advise on initial contact. You have information. Call. Manchester information goal. Time 1450 Zulu. Automatic. Arrival runway 05 right. Departure runway 05 left. Transition level 70. Wind 060 at 5. Visibility 1,900 meters. Rain drizzle. Few clouds at 600. Ceiling 1,100 overcast. Temperature 2.1. UNH9082. The clearance contact delivery.
Cool. So that's all done. Put 1215 on receive so we can listen to the guard. And then map.vatsim. Trying to work out. Did we go in directly over Newcastle? In fact, the English Channel, the coast is literally underneath us, pretty much. And there's an EasyJet that's 37,000 feet, so he's want that there. There's an EasyJet. What the? He's doing his damned hardest. Bear in mind I'm maxing this thing out, and he's trying so hard to get ahead. Whoever that is. Christ. Well, there goes our separation. That's going to cause us problems when we contact the controller in a moment. So TILNI is there. Sunderland, Newcastle, routing in. I'm excited for this. I have no idea what to expect. Has he turned? Oh, where he's gone. Ooh. Oh, that's early. It says up to 285, but he's just sent me a contact name.
Descended out in right heading 100, but I from 14, and excited South Yankee.
What have we got? Golf.
Moving 776, climb now, flood level 280.
Scottish Control, good evening, Osprey 165. Fleet 350 inbound to NATEB. We've got Golf for Manchester.
Osprey 165, Scottish Control, thank you. Descend down to flood level 130. And on conversion, flight speed 310 knots or faster.
Descend 130 and just go again with the speed again, please. Osprey 165.
Speed 310 knots on conversion.
Roger, 310 greater on conversion, Osprey 165.
Good afternoon, Control, EG9, Romeo, flight level 370.
Stand by. Alpine at 79, Quebec Hotel, stop descent, flight level 100.
That must be the EasyJet there. We're being stepped down already. It's quite early for top of descent.
Stopping at flight level 100, Alpine,
let's get the seatbelt signs on.
Hotel, contact radar,
And wing.
18580.
Anti-ice. Taking any risks here.
Alpine 479 at Quebec Hotel.
Easy 5 Romeo. Easy 9 Romeo.
I don't want to set managed speed because we've got a specific request from ATC.
0.785.
Reduce Mach decimal 75, turn righted in 225.
Right, over the UK, into the clouds. Strap in, folks.
Sorry, can you repeat the Mach number, please?
Mach 75.
I'm not sure, was I?
Mach number 5, EG9 Romeo.
Triple 13 Echo, turn right, direct Glasgow.
Right heading. Right direct Glasgow 13 Echo.
Triple 13 Echo, confirm Glasgow.
Gasco for 13 Echo.
78541, expedite descent, flight level 130. C5, position easy 9 Romeo, descent, flight level 340. Select 57 Delta Yankee, clear to land from runway 14,
down at Hampstead,
05
at gate 2. If possible, can we request IVAR clearance now to Bristol, ready to couple?
Select 57 Delta Yankee, runway 14, clear to land 050 degrees at 9 knots.
Runway 14, clear to land, next 57 Delta Yankee, thank you very much.
Select 16 Whiskey, cleared to leave the Humberside control zone via Vegas.
Andrew, this is my third time on Flight Sim 2024. I'm still not. I'm impressed with it, but I'm still finding it lacking in A features, B superb high fidelity airplanes. Clears to 13 already, which means we can bust that TILNI through 250 there.
Finnair 6 Papa, descent flight level 100.
And now we're properly in the P soup.
Transavia 251, speed 220 knots.
Now next we might get 35715, 332.
Left from now to only departure to the northwest. Approved. Shuttle 13 Echo route direct Nugro.
Direct Nugro 13 Echo.
Easy 9 Romeo, turn left 150, correction 170.
Turn left heading 170, EG9 Romeo.
Osprey 165, turn right, heading 210 degrees.
Right 210, Osprey 165.
Easy 9 Romeo, descend now, flight level 300.
You have to bear with me, folks. I'm using all my post-COVID brain power for this. Very exciting.
Shuttle 13 Echo contact Manchester radar, Manchester Scottish control is on 133.
Desperately trying not to cough to death. Look at these clouds. My goodness.
Shuttle 13 Echo
Contacting Manchester 133.
I mean, that actually looks real, doesn't it? Look at that for a kind of a view. That's absolutely superb. They've nailed the visuals with this sim, and that's one of the things I love about it the most.
Easy 9 Romeo, descend flight level 130.
That looks real on my 4K screen.
Flight level 130, Easy 9 Romeo.
Easy 9 Romeo, speed 270 knots for the conversion.
Matthew, good morning, mate.
Speed 270, Easy 9
So
Romeo.
Vector's already now. Look at this. Just stunning.
In S6 public, expect to hold up wasn't right in terms of published. Transalvia 251, descend flight level 113.
CCM 110, Transavia 251.
Finesse 6 Papa, contact Manchester radar 118587.
Just going to request, I'm going to set 310 now, because he said 310 at or above.
Ryanair 127 at flight level 260.
Easy 3 Romeo, turn right heading 190 degrees.
Yeah, it's really impressive, David, isn't it?
Easy 9 Romeo, turn right heading 190 degrees.
Right heading 190, Easy 9 Romeo.
Ryanair 1727, Scottish control, descend flight level 160.
Descend flight level 160, Ryanair 110,
Osprey 165, direct BGAM.
Direct BGAM, Osprey 165.
Transalvia 251. Expect to hold at Rosen. Right and turn as published.
It will hold at Rosen 1 and turns as published, Transavia 251.
Scandinavian 541, enter the hold at Rosen, right and turn as published.
Don't need icing. We might get that in a minute then.
Golf November Delta, got the field in check.
Vipers Racing, welcome.
Golf Charlie, Echo November Delta, route to Newcastle report. So route to Newcastle, report final, number 1.
Report final number 1, Golf November Delta.
We'll leave it to 2200 foot per minute. That's quite a nice rate of descent, I think. Begum, settle.
And east flight 150.
Yeah, and then
we are on the ground at
20 miles Rosen at 7,000. That'd be achievable.
We've been told by the agency contact. Can we get clearance to Bristol? Ready to copy.
Easy 16 Whiskey, cleared to Bristol, runway 26 in use. After departure, runway 20. Can route direct to Degas, climb to altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1983 hectopascals, score 1071.
Welcome, Virtually Gaming.
We are cleared to
On his way to Parma with this in the background, meaning he's getting less lonely. Good to hear.
1971. Spot code is 1983. Initial climb is 4,000 feet. And after takeoff on runway 20, direct to Vegas, east flight 16 Whiskey.
Correct. Easy 9 Romeo, fly radar heading 1905.
Flight radar heading 1905, Easy 9 Romeo.
310, or 13, 22. Seatbelt signs are on.
7769, a further climb is Unicom on 122.8.
It's better. We don't have weather radar, so let's get terrain mapping on because we can't see the ground.
Transalvia 251, descend flight level 100.
And we still might get a last minute request for the hold. I'm gonna have to re-familiarise myself with that actually. It's in here, isn't it? So like it'd be Rosen.
Easy 9 Romeo, direct gas score.
Direct gas
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
And Golf Romeo Tank has the airfield in sight.
Golf Romeo Tango, route for the
Back
field.
into IMC.
Final, report final number 25, number 2 to that traffic.
I'll get rid of the music in a minute.
Runway 25, Golf Romeo
I'll get rid of it now, in fact. It's so busy. We can listen to the wind and the controllers. And my slightly bassier than usual dulcet tones.
541 descent flight level 110. Easy 9 Romeo, speed 230 knots.
Speed 230.
I wonder if pilots ever get used to flying into conditions like this, where you just
Osprey 165 direct settle.
Direct settle Osprey 165, where they just can't see anything. Potentially all the way to the ground.
Trying to excite and Yankee on the ground at least 5 third on Delta.
She's doing well.
Taxi to a start of your chase.
Flight 160 on the ground, down at Temple side again. Our squawk code, which is 1983, it comes up with an error to our transponder. If possible, can you give us a new one? Flight 16 Whiskey.
So what's it say? Squawk is 1071.
Oh, 1071. Sorry, yeah, my apologies. East flight 16 Whiskey.
Golf November Golf, East final runway 25.
Golf November Delta 25, clear to land, surface to 0 degrees 17.
Clear 125, Golf November Delta.
Osprey 165, descent flight level 120.
Descent flight level 120, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, hold on, resident right on turns as published.
Hold Rooson, right turns as published, Osprey 165. Hold.
Channel X5 Delta Yankee holding Delta 2.
Inbound 172.
Channel 57 Delta Yankee.
Right turns. There it is, looking good, and it sets. Ta-da!
Easy 9 Romeo, enter the hold of Wilson. Right on turns as published. Let me know if you need any help.
Night Shadow, yeah, absolutely. It's extremely physical, my job, so lots of circuit training and conditioning and strength stuff and fighting and things, so it means that I should hopefully be able to bounce back fairly quickly, he said, touchwood. My baseline fitness is quite high already.
You're saying flight level 140 and we're having some cabin altitude.
Look at this!
Issues, so we're gonna
this is insane!
1720.
1727, any chance you could reduce your speed at the same
It's
time?
ominous, isn't it?
Repeat last
wiggle wiggle, look at that.
Any chance you could reduce your speed at the same time, please?
If we can do that, 1327.
Transavia 251, descent flight level 80.
210, flight level 80, Transavia 251.
Transavia 251, contact Manchester radar 118,580.
118,580, Transavia 251.
Golf November Delta, vacated runway 25.
Golf November Delta, Pacific. Golf Romeo Tango 25, clear to land 100 degrees 10.
Clear to land runway 25, Golf Romeo Tango.
East Flight 16 Whiskey is at gate 2 at Humberside, requesting push and start East Flight 16 Whiskey.
Okay, so we've got 400 kilograms of additional fuel.
East Flight 16 Whiskey.
If I start to miss the chat now, folks, because I'm watching the systems in this like an absolute whore, because we A, decelerate down for the hold speeds, B, enter the hold. And we're entering the hold at 12,000 feet. We need to be stepped down to 7,000 feet.
Golf November Delta is off, Church closing down at that.
And we're going to have aircraft all around us, above and below, and we're not going to be able to see a single one of them, except for a little diamond on our nav display.
Descend flight level 130.
Descend flight level 130.
But the craziness is, I don't think we can auto land this thing on 05 right, because it's a Cat 1 ILS. And there's no auto land stuff on the charts.
165 descend flight level 110.
Send flight level 110, Osprey 165, and we're just reducing to hold entry speeds now.
Osprey 165, reduce the hold speed.
Thank you.
Scandinavian 541, descend flight level 90. Scandinavian 541, contact Manchester radar 11858.
I'll let him know that because he might still thought we're maintaining 310. And he's super busy, so it's kind of in a way, almost a way to help him out.
Fraction 455 Delta, squawk 0572, Lakey 1 Mike arrival.
0572 Lakey.
Yeah, you can step down whilst in holes, Night Shadow. That's kind of how they were using them, they call them stacks for that reason. So you start, as we are at 11,000 feet potentially, and you'll just get stepped down 10,000, 9,000, 8,000, 7,000. And then when you're at 7,000, you'll probably be next to leave the queue at that point.
Ryanair 1727, diesel flight level 130.
Send flight level 130, 1720.
The maximum holding is flight level 140, the minimum holding at the Rosen stack is 70. So we could have aircraft all the way in between that kind of sandwich of altitudes, if you like, and
Clement 9 and 9 at Alpha request at current position.
maybe all around us. So that's what we're about to enter now.
Scottish, good afternoon, check 39.
So if we were to pass Rosen, then straight at 70 would definitely be the case. Max 230 knots, so I've reduced our speed now to 230, and you can see there Rosen 230 on the box as well. So if I go to managed mode, no, it's instantly wanted more. We'll wait for the set managed speeds and see what it gives us. Weird, because even though Settle has got speed 231 there. Oh well.
Good afternoon, Scottish Controls, Cafe 219, flight level 240, Lisbon 1 Mike.
Sorry, who called?
It's Cafe 219.
Wait, it could happen soon, climb.
Cover 219, Scottish Control, good afternoon to you. This score 1 Mike arrival is correct. Set score 0506.
Squawking 0506, Lisbon 1 Mike, Cafe 219.
Osprey 165 to some flight level 100.
Send flight level 100, Osprey 165.
Scottish, good afternoon, check 3 down Bravo Golf, Delta 105,000 feet.
Oh wow, there's a bit of sun burning through somewhere.
Osprey Ryanair 1727, flight level 130.
It's the baby Jesus.
Level 130. There we go, she's got Ryanair 12727.
Osprey 165, descend flight level 90.
Send flight level 90, Osprey 165.
Easy 9 Romeo, descend flight level 1.
Got one right behind us in the queue, about to enter the stack as well.
Correction, Easy 9 Romeo, flight level 100.
Easy 9 Romeo, flight level 100.
Shanix 39 Bravo Golf, Scottish Control, Lion, flight level 280.
Flight level 280, Shanix 39 Bravo Golf.
Cafe 219.
Yeah, they are, aren't they, David?
Flight level 160.
Here we go, in the hold of Rosen.
Ryanair 1727.
And you wouldn't even know.
Right on terms as published.
Oh wow.
Into the hold at Roslyn and right hand turn to Pushback runner 1727.
Oh yes.
Osprey 165, contact radar 118.580.
Radar 18580, Osprey 165. Great job. Have a good day.
See ya.
799 request frequency change Unicom.
18580. I was just enjoying the view then. Oh, back into the cloud.
So you step on that.
Fenix Papa contact director, call sign only 121.355. Fenix, you go turn right heading 210 degrees.
Manchester radar, good evening. Osprey 165 in the hold at Rosen 9000.
Osprey 165, Manchester radar, hello, descend flight level 80 in the Roslyn hold.
Hello, descend flight level 80 in the hold, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, information India, confirm your aircraft type.
Thanks, yeah, we had Golf, information India, and we're Airbus A321.
Roger.
So I double clicked on the 80s then, I just got blank. So as I was calling up, I then threw the rest of it away.
Scandinavian 541, hold cancelled, leave Rosen heading 220 degrees, speed
It's got
220
3 aircraft in the hold now, the other side of that cloud. We can't see it. I mean, just this is incredible, isn't it? Look how great this looks. And that wing flex, like you guys have said, it looks so good.
All stations, Manchester back in 1 minute.
Okay, turning right. See, how strange is that? You can't even tell. It's only because we can see on the instruments that we're turning right. Trust the instruments. This is where you can get very kind of disorientated. I think ATC in the US, Andrew, tends to be typically a bit simpler. They're a bit more direct. Whereas in the UK, there's a whole load of additional information getting thrown at you. So you notice now, because we have that discontinuity as well, we've flown that first bit, we're now just in the hold, and we don't have any flight plan before us, and we don't have any flight plan beyond us, because we have the discontinuity as well, up to final approach, so it'll be vectors to final.
Transavia 251, turn left heading 180 degrees, descend altitude 5,000 feet, QNH
We've got 1,000 feet left to go in the stack, and then we'll be at local pressure, but remember the QNH, high to low, down you go.
Transavia 251. Emirates 19, speed 220 knots.
So what's the QNH?
Osprey 165, descend flight level 70.
Descend flight level 70, Osprey 165.
Manchester radar, good evening, shuttle 2A Alpha A319, no information, descending flight level 80 to hold at day.
Yeah, still got no
Alpha,
ATC.
hello, information is India, expect no delay.
India, no delay, shuttle 2A Alpha, thanks.
Osprey 165, hold cancelled, leave Rosen heading 220 degrees.
Roger, hold cancelled, leave Rosen 220 degrees, Osprey 165.
Transavia 251, contact director, call sign only, 121.355.
121.355, call sign only, Transavia 251, bye-bye.
Remember, 30 feet for every 1 hectopascal. Folks, standard pressure 1013. And then the current QNH is 982. There's a difference of 31. You guys can do the maths. That's 930 feet of difference in barometric altitude. So effectively, when we go 7,000 feet now and we go below hit this to the next altitude, might be 5,000 feet. We'll then go below the transition level, at which point I'll push the button, we'll change to local QNH, and we will instantly see our altitude drop to nearly, we'll be basically nearly at 6,000 feet with the local pressure. So there's 1,000 feet altitude difference between standard pressure, that's now flashing at us, and the local QNH, and you'll see that in action in just a moment. So always remember, high to low, down you go. Lights, signs, I'll leave the icing systems on. It says ice not detected, but we'll leave it in anyway. 230, 220, 7,000.
Scandinavian 541, descend altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 982 hectopascal.
Manchester's over there, still no viz.
5,000 feet, 982, Scandinavian 541.
Get rid of that.
Osprey 165, speed 220 knots.
Speed 220, Osprey 165.
Emirates 19, descend to altitude 5,000 feet, Manchester QNH 982 hectopascal.
Performance.
5,000 feet, 982.
Let's get approach for mode active.
Scandinavian 541, turn left heading 180 degrees.
Left heading 180 degrees, and 541.
Shuttle 28 Alpha, descend flight level 70.
Descend flight level 70, shuttle 28 Alpha.
Easy 9 Romeo, Manchester.
Easy 9
Ominous. Love it.
Easy 9 Romeo, hello, information India, descend flight level 70 and confirm your aircraft type.
Descend flight level 70, Airbus A320, Easy 9 Romeo.
Roger.
Radnav,
Emirates
IMC.
19, contact director, call sign only, 121.355.
Treble 1555051, that'll do, that's fine. Tune our next frequency in, which would be director 121.355. Staying ahead of the game as much as possible. So we always have our next frequency ready to go, 121.355, and that's final approach, director base, that's Finn. Well, yeah, but Birdman, it's a massive saying, high to low, down you go, and that actually prevents people
Manchester radar, good day,
flying into terrain when they don't have the right QNH set.
Rhino 1727, hello, descend flight level
But
8.
yeah, you obviously
Zero,
don't
information
physically
now
go
Juliet,
down, but
hold at Rosen.
you recalibrate so that what you're seeing on your display matches that of everyone around you.
Hold at Juliet, Rosa, Rhino 1727.
But losing 1,000 feet on the display
Flight level 80
suddenly can be problems with terrain separation and things like that. Commentator, welcome mate.
Entrance for approach, hello, Firefly 301, speed 220 knots.
Scandinavian 541, turn right heading 200.
How good are these controllers?
180 knots.
Right heading 200, then reducing 180, Scandinavian 541.
Shuttle 28 Alpha, speed
We
220
are
knots, lead
currently
gain heading 245.
in this
220 knots, lead gain
blobbiness.
245, shuttle 28 Alpha.
Was someone else checking in with Manchester then?
Firefly 301, speed 220 knots, approaching Mersey.
Firefly 301, hello, lead Mersey, heading 090 degrees, maintain flight level 80.
Maintain 80, leave Mersey at 090 degrees for Firefly 301.
Scandinavian 541, director, call sign only 121.355.
Call sign only 121.355.
Osprey 165, descend altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 982 hectopascal.
Set 5,000, QNH 982 hectopascals on Square 165. Here we go, so high to low.
484,
Down you go, you ready?
1304110, speed 220 knots.
Bosh!
217, Shamrock 484. I believe that was you calling, descend flight level 100, enter the hold at Mersey.
Flight level 100, enter hold at Mersey, Shamrock 484.
So we only have 1,000 foot to drop in the descent.
Manchester, hello again, Ryanair 21 Mike Lima, standard missed approach 3,500.
Ryanair 221 Mike Lima Manchester radar, hello, turn right heading 225 and speed 220 knots.
Right heading 225 and speed 250 knots. Runner 21 Mike Lima.
Ryanair 21 Mike Lima, speed 220 knots.
Apologies, speed 220 knots, Runner 21 Mike Lima.
Anti-Low Action 455 Delta, heading down to level 90 in the hold at ROBEM.
Fraction 455 Delta, roger.
Trying to make sure I got the right level of brightness on all the
Osprey
screens.
165, contact director, call sign only 121.355.
Contact director, call sign only 121.355. Thanks ATC, great job. Good night, Osprey 165.
Easy, no.
Setting 095, 20,000 feet, chair express 05 right to end 541.
Director, hello, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, director, hello to you, turn left heading 160 degrees, you're about 30 track miles, climb right.
Roger, left 160 degrees, Osprey 165.
Scandinavian 541,
this is my personal call sign swim client that I use for our VA. So a load of us have got our own kind of call signs that we use for free flight. If we're flying a scheduled service with Osprey, then we would use that scheduled call sign.
Director, hello, Ryanair 21 Mike Lima.
Ryanair 21 Mike Lima, hello, 21 miles to 05 right, turn right heading 275, reduce speed.
Next is going to be Tower 1863.
Thank you, right heading 275 degrees, speed 180 knots, Ryanair 21 Mike Lima.
Sets. So always be one controller ahead on the frequency, so you're ready.
165, descend to altitude 4,000 feet.
Descend 4,000 feet, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, reduce speed 180 knots.
Reduce 180, 165.
Ryanair 21 Mike Lima, turn right heading 310 degrees.
Right heading 310 degrees.
Speed brakes out a little bit. Got flaps 1 as well. That drag working for us as well. And vertical speed mode to keep us in that descent. Really important. We get underneath the glide slope. This is where the WingWing hardware is really helping.
Send altitude 2,000 feet, right heading 015, cleared ILS, 05 right, trying 21 Mike Lima.
Ryanair 21 Mike Lima, start reducing the speed back now to 160 knots and maintain to 4 miles.
160 till 4, Ryanair 21 Mike Lima.
Osprey 165, reduce speed, correction, disregard, descend to altitude 3,000 feet.
Descend 3,003 to Osprey 165.
Manchester Star right, hello, shuttle 28 Alpha.
Shuttle 2 Alpha, hello.
We're going to have to go flap 2.
Turn right heading 275.
Get rid of the speed brake.
05 right, turn right heading 275.
I love how we still can't see anything.
Osprey 165, turn left heading 085 degrees, clear to the ILS straight from the 05 right.
You broke on the heading, was it 085 degrees, cleared ILS 05 right, Osprey 165.
165 correct. Shuttle 28 Alpha, descend to altitude 4,000 feet.
4,000 feet, shuttle 28 Alpha.
Ryanair 21 Mike Lima, contact tower with your call sign, 118.6.
1,000 foot per minute, 180, flaps 2. 085 for the intercepts. Cleared for the ILS as well.
Shuttle 28 Alpha, reduce speed to 180 knots, turn right heading 310 degrees.
Reduce speed 180 degrees, turn right heading 310 degrees, shuttle 28 Alpha.
It's on approach mode. 12 miles to touchdown. Speed brakes retracted. Now it's arms. Park brakes off. That's all good. Cabin is already secure. Cruise advised. Wait for the memos. Ice not detected, it says, but we'll leave that on for a bit longer. $135.
Shuttle 28 Alpha, descend to altitude 3,000 feet.
Descend to altitude 3,000 feet, shuttle 28 Alpha.
Okay, there's the capture.
Shuttle 28 Alpha, turn right, heading 015, cleared ILS approach 05 right.
Autopilot 2 engaged.
Turn right, heading 015,
And
cleared
we're about
ILS
to be on the
runway
glide.
05 right, shuttle 28 Alpha.
8 miles.
Shuttle 28 Alpha, start to reduce speed now, 160 knots please. You've got traffic 3 miles ahead.
Reduce speed 160 knots, shuttle 28 Alpha.
Osprey 165, keep the speed for the moment, I'll call you back shortly.
Yeah, roger. Said Roger, not Wilco. There. Because I want to make sure that I'm not completely committing to his instruction. I'll do it while I can. Missed approach, climb to 3,500, straight ahead to 700, so 0 DME inbound, whichever's the later, then turn right, track 186, then as directed.
Osprey 165, speed 160 knots, maintain 4 miles.
160 till 4, Osprey 165.
Shuttle 2 Alpha, contact now, short time 11830, goodbye. Osprey 165, same to you, full flight to tower, 118630, bye-bye.
Tower 118630, Osprey 165, thanks, good night.
Shuttle 2 out.
Full flap. Manchester Tower, good evening, Osprey 165's 160 till 4 DME on the ILS 05 right, 5 miles.
Osprey 165, Manchester low, continue approach 05 right, wind 060 degrees, 6 knots, number 1.
Continue, Osprey 165.
Canadian 541, taxi Victor, hold Delta Zulu 1.
This is insane. 4 miles, slow it down.
060 degrees, 6 knots, 05 left clear, takeoff.
Tower, good evening, shuttle 28 Alpha.
Shuttle 28
That's
Alpha,
snow as well,
below.
though.
Continue approach 05 right, wind 060 degrees, 6 knots, number 2, and just confirm you are minimum approach.
This is
Currently
insane!
160 knots, can reduce speed on shuttle 28 Alpha.
Shuttle 28 Alpha, roger, that'll be minimum approach speed, please.
Minimum approach speed, shuttle
Here
28
comes the
Alpha.
coughing fit, oh dear.
Runway 21 Mike Lima, taxi Victor, hold Hotel Zulu 1. Victor, hold Hotel Zulu 1, runway 21
My goodness. Okay, memo's no blue.
Osprey 165, surface wind 060 degrees, 6 knots, 05 right, clear land.
05 right, clear land, Osprey 165. 800 feet. 600 above ground. Where's the runway? Sure.
If you join actually, I might leave it, just confirm hold point. Holding point, Hotel Zulu 1. Hotel Zulu 1, thank you.
Right, there we go. Let's get a little bit more of that juiciness on.
And Osprey 165, you could vacate, correction, expedite you vacate to the left of the traffic's about a mile behind you.
Yeah, roger, I'll give that a go.
Charlie Victor Juliet 23, contact Scottish 133, that's lost 2, ciao. Minimum.
Continue.
100.
Wow.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 5.
133.2 for Scottish.
Okay, I've got no reversers. My brakes. Just try and help this guy out on the ground.
Scandinavian 541 via Delta Zulu 1 cross 05 left, report vacated.
retard.
60.
Scandinavian 541 A firm, it's your next left via Delta Zulu 1 cross 05 left and report vacated.
And gently on the brakes. 40 knots will do.
Shuttle 28 Alpha 05 right, clear to land.
Whew.
Going around shuttle 28 Alpha.
Shuttle 28 Alpha, roger.
Keep it going. Flaps up. Speed brake. Disarmed.
Shuttle 28 Alpha 5 standard missed approach, contact Manchester radar 118.580 and have a word about the spacing because there's nothing that I can work with here.
No, alright, stand a bit, stand over to direct 118580, shuttle 28 Alpha, bye bye.
Osprey 165, taxi Victor, hold Delta Zulu 1.
Taxi Victor, hold Delta Zulu 1, and sorry about that last. I did try and get off as quick as I could.
Hey, it's not your fault, it's the gods above, I'm afraid. Right, I see one Mike Lima via Hotel Zulu 1 cross 05 left report,
Zulu.
Thank you, Hotel Zulu 1 cross 05 left, we're okay.
So that's going to be a crossing onto Papa.
Manchester radar, hello again, shuttle 2A Alpha, standard mid approach, climbing 3,500 feet.
Still with tower.
Transavia 251.
Transavia 251, hello again.
So we should
05
have
right, clear to land,
next,
wind 060 degrees.
round.
Clear to land 055.
21855.
Cheers.
Scandinavian 541, contact ground 121.855, bye bye.
121.855, thank you, bye bye.
Manchester radar, hello again, shuttle 2A Alpha.
Shuttle 2 at Alpha, still with tower.
I can't even see the terminal, look. That's incredible. I think that was one of my most kind of, in a weird way.
165, via Delta Zulu 1 cross 05 left report vacated.
Right, Delta Zulu 1 cross 05 left report vacated, Osprey 165. But we're not there yet.
Manchester Tower, Firefly 301.
Firefly 3, correction 301, Manchester, hello, continue approach 05 right, number 2, wind 060 degrees, 6 knots.
Continue approach number 2 for Firefly 301.
Runner 2 on Mike Lima,
Runner 2 on Mike Lima, thank you, contact ground 121.855, bye bye.
Ground 121.855, runner 2 on
Strobes are on, runway turn off lights are on. Still got the transponder nice and on. Can't see a chuffing thing there, so we'll trust what we can see and then trust the controller for the other stuff. The Scandinavia needs to wiggle on out of the way. It's a very wet runway, isn't it? Osprey 165 is vacated 05 left.
Osprey 165, thank you very much. Contact ground 121.855, enjoy the rest of your day, bye bye.
Cheers, you two. Ground on 121.855. Osprey 165, see ya.
Runner 2 on Mike Lima, apologies if there's someone on stand 52. Yeah, they just connected on start climbing. You can take other 53 or 51, we'll grab 53, thank you.
Manchester Ground, good evening. Osprey 165 is vacated 05 left on Papa 1. Request taxi to stands, please.
Osprey 165, Manchester Ground, hello. Taxi holding point to Quebec 2 via Papa, Echo Quebec, you can expect stand 111.
Taxi hold point Quebec 2 via Papa Echo Quebec, can expect stand 111, Osprey 165.
United Whiskey Alpha, contact tower 118.
Quebec 2.
Starboarding station 0, United Whiskey Alpha, thanks for the CNF flight.
(111) Don't need to follow me. APU's on. The electric pumps on. Two's idle.
Good evening.
Engine 2 off. Single engine taxi.
Running is 1 kilo rating, pushing start.
Runner 061.
Look at that.
ground below, stand 44, push and start through, face south.
Radius 1 kilo, push and start through.
Speed 3 Romeo, contact tower 118.630, goodbye.
Contact tower 118.630, speedbird 3 Romeo, thank you for your service.
Right now 117, taxi holding point Alpha 1 via Delta and Alpha.
That was really intense, but actually the controllers were superb all the way through there.
Copenhagen 137, taxi on point Charlie 2 via Charlie.
On point Charlie 2 via Charlie, scanning 1%. You can ground Shamrock 2 via Charlie, stand 5, ready push.
My Toby eye tracker with MSFS 2020 doesn't want to do anything.
Push start through, stand Shamrock 2 via Charlie.
Manchester ground, good evening. Sierra 2 Lima Oscar Whiskey Vision Jet at business request taxi.
Oscar Whiskey Manchester ground below taxi holding point Alpha 1.
That was doing some very weird things.
Taxi approved.
He's actually giving us GOKEP 2, which is this weird kind of extra taxiway here, which I've never used.
Manchester delivery, Manchester ground, CZ16 Alpha at stand 8 requesting pushback.
CZ16 Alpha after the A320 passes behind the push.
That guy's probably, what is he doing?
After the A320 passes behind, pushback is at 450 in CZ16 Alpha.
Negative, face south.
Happy to stop line for GOKEP 2.
1450, push and start approved, facing push and start approved, facing 1450.
Press push and start on 25, unfortunately.
You're on my left, to an aircraft, so push and switch to just around there. Spray 165, continue back to down 111 via Echo and
Continue taxi, stand 111 via Echo Zulu, Osprey 165, thanks.
1556 Manchester ground follow. Victor, you've got a taxi A320 pushing on your right, so once they're clear or face stop short of you, stand 25 push and start through facing.
After completing pass, push start through face east, east cancel from Victor.
Oh, 111's all the way back there.
117, give way to location jet on your
Bloody
right.
hell.
Jet 208 Manchester ground below, hold position.
Nice, Japan there.
Push 3-5 Manchester ground below after the A321 passes right to left behind, stand 8 to push and start through face east.
After the A321 left to right,
Shamrock 25 Charlie, taxi.
Shamrock 25 Charlie, taxi, holding point Alpha 1 via Bravo and Alpha.
Bravo, Alpha to holding point Alpha 1, Shamrock 25 Charlie.
It looks so... so how do you say... It just looks great, doesn't it? Look how great this looks. With that water kind of bouncing off the runway, the apron lighting and the puddles. That looks so superb.
Jet 1556 after the
I can't wait for version 2 Manchester. It's going to be absolutely superb, isn't it?
Ground.
111 MPS gaming for me. Blue Ice, it's MSFS Simulations Manchester Airport.
Two Oscar Whiskey over to North Tower.
Right, 117 contact tower 118.630.
Crash, this is 1 kilo ready to taxi.
1061 kilo, hold Bravo 6.
Hold Bravo 6 Crash, this is 1 kilo.
Subswitch 450, request taxi. 150, taxi, hold point legal. Taxi to holding from Lima 1, 450.
Microsoft start is 2024, Chris. On 3, just turn the taxi lights off. And the wipers. 111, here she is. Let's park her up.
Taxi through Bravo, hold Bravo 4.
That's after the Air Lingus passes on your right.
Ground, hello, Transavia 251, holding short Papa 2.
Oh yes, nailed that fucking. Oh, excuse me. Nailed that alignment.
We'll hold Papa 2, expect stand 208.
And I've bled all the speed off. Whoops. Come on, single engine. What a blooper! Oh dear.
Holding Lima 1 is on.
Anyway, that's how pleased I was that we nailed that lining up of the parking there. Anyway, so power brake on. Deary me. There goes the coughing fit again. Make sure we reset that rudder trim. That's all good. APU's on bleed, so we just go engine 1 to cut off.
208. Hold position just still in my queue.
Need the tablet back. Oops.
Right, 25 Charlie, contact tower 118.630.
Chocks bones.
Charlie 251, taxi stand 208 via Echo, Quebec. Via Quebec, Echo, and another Charlie.
And we get all these people off.
Stand 208 for Quebec, Echo, November Charlie, Transavia 251, cheers.
Beacon lights. And let's see how we got on New Sky, because we were tracking the flight as well throughout the journey. Close the log. Slight surfing there. Off centre landing, fair enough. Great touchdown though.
Ground, hello, 55301, holding short, Papa 1.
12673, I'll take that. Overly harsh deduction of score there though. Nice touchdown. Absolutely, Neil, yes. That's when the pilot kind of comes through, don't they? They stand here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Great landing, Captain. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Aft cargo, forward cargo.
Contact tower 118.636. 635, sorry.
There we go.
30.
So yeah, cheers mate, cheers, thanks, yeah. Well done, Captain, that's a great landing, yeah. There we go. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. The Fenix A321 with its juicy sharklets and some absolutely superb air traffic control along the way. Out of the new M'M Simulations Oulu Airport, currently available for both simulators. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. We've got the Mako Simulations Manchester Airport scenery. This is what we can see here today, and it looks superb in this weather, doesn't it? Microsoft Flight Simulator in general looks just sublime in weather like this. So hope you guys have all enjoyed the last couple of hours, and hopefully you've not massively noticed my ongoing battle with COVID and tiredness and dizziness and lack of coordination that I seem to have at the moment, really causing me a plethora of problems. I just reset that. Can have a little walk around the airport here. Yeah, I mean the visibility is insane, isn't it? But it's been a really good few hours, so thank you very much for joining us on this rather murky weekend, wherever you are in the world. It's probably snowing or raining or windy somewhere. It certainly is where I am. Big thank you to all of our controllers and our fellow pilots flying along, some of them of which have actually touched down safely and are taxiing on the other side of the airport over there as well. So Manchester continues to be very busy with full ATC, embracing this rather challenging set of conditions bestowed upon it. I'm just going to go and work towards this runway threshold here to try and see if we can catch a touchdown.
Charlie and Alpha, Look
at the runway.
Virgin 335, taxi holding point Delta.
Jeepers.
Delta.
What a flat takeoff that.
1 kilo ready to landing on runway 305 left after Airbus A320.
1061 kilo contact tower 118.630.
Another EasyJet.
Easy 16 Alpha contact tower 118.630.
Crazy.
118.630 for Easy 16 Alpha.
Nice fly 301 after the Virgin A330 passes.
Rambo, this is better.
Right on Echo, taxi stand 109er.
Trying to spot people on Balanta.
After the Virgin A330 passes, taxi right Echo to stand 109er, fly 301.
Delta's 1450.
I think Christopher's down.
Tower 118.630.
On exit to order, closure right.
Jet 1556, taxi holding point Alpha 1, fire Alpha. Jet 1556, give way to these J, 320 on the right, they'll be joining taxi way Alpha.
Give way to these J on the right, they'll be joining
I mean, you can physically see like difference in the weather. Oh, look at that.
Ryanair 1727
So
Hotel Zulu 1.
low with this cloud. Murky.
1727 Manchester ground below, taxi hotel.
Anyway, here's the touchdown zone. There's a CL60 and a 777 on final. David spotted. There's the lights of
Virgin 335 taxi holding point Delta
triple.
1.
We've got some crazy bokeh going on, yeah, but I don't know what's causing that, because it's not me.
124 after the A320 passes right to left behind. Stand 80.
Some trees on fire in the background. Oh dear. Send the water ferries. That looked like an awesome touchdown by the triple. Lovely job. Oh, look at that for a backdrop though, with the blurriness.
Japan 8402 Manchester ground below, you've done 3-2 push to start approved phase.
How has it done that? Why is it blurry?
Japan 1230, second south.
So it's more like facing west.
Okay, facing west, Japan.
Version 335 after
it's just the brightness, isn't it?
Left to right on Bravo, taxi holding point Alpha 1 via Bravo and Alpha.
But anyway, there we go. It's been quite an intense arrival with that hold at Rosen and all the other magic stuff going on as well. I'm just going to dig you guys out the link for Mako Simulations Manchester if you wanted to get your hands on it. Though there is a version 2 being worked on as we speak that will be native for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. This is the MSFS24 version that's been basically made to be compatible with the new sim. But I use it without any issue, to be fair, and it's £9.99, which is pretty mega. There's the link in the live chat. But yeah, there you go. I'm going to go enjoy what's left of my Sunday, drink some more water, continue my post-COVID recovery. Thank you very much for flying along. Big thank you to all of our air traffic controllers today and our fellow pilots. And I'm going to leave you guys
Yeah,
here
very good
in
evening,
super
Aircraft
busy
57,
Manchester with some amazing air traffic controllers as well, it has to be said. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, folks. Thank you very much for flying, and I'll see you soon. Take care.
470, step 24, push and start approved.
Push and start to speedbird 472.
335, contact tower 118.630. Air France calling pushback.
We are position 67.
Manchester ground, Roger 125, Mike stand 58, ready for push and start.